The only time the mayor will vote if in the last round, if there's a tie. So even in the first round of voting, the mayor does not vote. Unless we get, we have 1-1-1-1, then I would submit to try to break the 1-1-1. We saw like that happen in the last round in the last election. And so, is there any clarification the council needs to have on how the voting is going to happen tonight? Okay.
Hey, Mayor, I have a question. Sorry, over here, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Over here. Is it, because I'm running the time tonight, is it 1 minute per question from the council, or is it 1 minute total?
No, 2-minute introduction.
2-minute introduction.
1 minute per question.
Per question.
In the nomination round, that's what happened.
Okay.
In the first round, and I understand there's a nomination round, then we go to the first round.
Right.
Then there's a 2-minute dialogue with the council person, per council person with that candidate, correct?
Wants to know, does it question the 1 minute? Is it just their answer? Does it include us asking them questions?
What would you guys like to do as a council? You want to be, they have full minute, you can ask in that nomination round. You want this to be the question, I guess they could ask questions of you up until 1 minute. Is that okay? So you have 1 minute, if you answer, they can ask another question for you to be able to get that. With that, our first candidate that will have come up will be Helen Angeli and Annie Taylor. Now we are following, this is how, if you were on a ballot, this is how we're following the ballot. So.
Okay, hi, I'm Annie Taylor is actually what I go by. I live in Highland up in the Viewpoint neighborhood, and I want to be on the city council just because I've been interested in politics probably my whole life since 16-ish on. And my mother used to work in North Salt Lake and Centerville City offices. And one of my favorite things about Highland specifically is how well you guys are running everything. Some examples are my son Grayson was having a birthday a couple years ago, and we happened to have a clogged storm drain like right in front of our house at the same time. So I called the city and I said, by any chance, could you come do the vacuuming out of it on his birthday? And they were super helpful and so kind, and it was in the Highland Gazette on the front page, this picture of my son, and just the workers were wonderful. I have a great relationship with our garbage man who has gone above and beyond the call of duty multiple times for our family when our garbage can was too heavy, and like helped me unload it and put everything back in. And I just feel like you guys are running everything so well. And that good employees shows good leadership, and I'd really like to be a part of that. Some of the things that I've done in the past is, again, I mentioned that I do a lot in politics. I've done fundraising, I've done events for a lot of political events, especially here in Utah County. A lot of people call me like a super delegate, is the reference that they make to a lot of the things that I do during elections. I've organized debates for the school board, last session, a school board debate, and I currently just finished my term on the Highland SCC for Highland Elementary Vice President for the Student Community Council for that, and now I'm just serving in a supportive realm that way, but I've been involved a lot in elementary stuff too.
Okay, first question will come from Ron.
Hi, Annie.
Hi.
Remind me, are you a write-in candidate?
No, I'm not.
You're not. So you're aware that if you're selected and appointed tonight, voted in, that you will be sitting up here and we will have a meeting. What have you done to prepare for that meeting?
I've talked to council members about the biggest issues right now, which I think the biggest things on the list are definitely the alcohol debate back and forth in the building of that, the new development going in behind Little Caesars. I can't remember the name of the actual lot, Highland Main, the building over there. That's probably the most interest right now in the city, that, and then the soccer field with surf soccer. I know it's been back and forth for a while. And then I just started working with the Arts Council on the board for the Arts Council, so various different things. I have a background in music as well. That's what I went to school for. So, and
Thank you.
We'll just go down to Brittany. So,
hey Annie, nice to see you again. What do you think are the 3 biggest projects that will be happening in Highland over the next year?
Over the next year, probably the decision on the alcohol, whether or not, which restaurants are actually going to go in on the Highland main development. I think I mentioned the surf soccer. I know that you guys have been talking about the water regulation and getting all those metering and stuff done. That's a big issue. The park that's going in, the new park, that one's fantastic. It should be done if fundraising goes well. I think in the spring was like the plan for that. So those are probably the ones on my mind of the most important things going on right now.
Thanks for applying again. We appreciate it very much. So if we pick you tonight, you'll be serving up here in City Council tonight. Is that right?
Yep, it's tonight.
Okay, tonight. So can you tell me one item that's on tonight's agenda?
I'm going to talk about the same things that I just mentioned before because they keep coming back. I'm going to talk about surf soccer, the decision on the alcohol, how those surveys are going. I guess that's 2 things that I expect to see on the agenda tonight. And I can't think of anything else right now.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned when you were kind of commenting that you love Highland, you feel like things are being good. So if there's some things that you'd like to see change in the city, what would be some areas where you think there needs to be a little higher focus?
Okay, I'm going to start with my neighborhood in particular because you're more aware of the things that are close to home. One thing that I would like to see changed if I was on the council or something that's on my agenda is actually our bus stop. You guys recently agreed like the decision to not have the road go through Viewpoint for Alpine, like that connection, to put it on hold for a while and maybe do like a temporary stopway so that traffic doesn't go through that new development. But our bus stop, when it was put there, was meant to be temporary, but it puddles up with water and snow and ice, and it's a muddy mess for the kids getting in and out of that all the time, especially like now in the winter or anytime it like backs up with rain, there's puddles everywhere. That's one thing I'd like to see changed, is make that like pave it over or something, make it more permanent for the kids. Yeah.
Hi. You've talked about surf soccer a lot. Can you just explain a little bit more about that and how would you vote on that issue?
Okay, sure. So started with surf soccer's request to use the lacrosse field down over by Lone Peak and to make it their private soccer field. So it was discussed like what exactly does that mean, who pays for it, who's obligated to fix any kind of damage that goes to it or vandalism. The discussion had been maybe putting up a fence, but then who pays for the fence exactly, and who's going to maintain it? Are there going to be like security cameras to like keep it protected and safe? What kind of lighting? Is that answering your questions? Is there anything else that you want me to talk about with that?
Just how would you vote to allow surf soccer on there or not to lease it to them?
At this point, I've decided not to do that. I don't think that that's really what after a lot of discovery, I don't think that that's the right decision because we've got that great sports complex coming up and that'll be fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next candidate will be John LaFrance. After the introduction, the first question will come from Brittany.
All right, I get 2 minutes. Well, you already know who I am. I was here and lost by a coin toss and a vote. But no, it's good to be back, and I've really just enjoyed the process. Both being able to dive into the issues, but also getting to know each of you as individuals and the things that you bring to the council and to the city, which has only made me even more passionate, I think, to have the opportunity to potentially work with you. But kind of since the last meeting until now, things that have weighed more on my mind and the things that I've done since. I dove into the general plan. I've told some of you that, and kind of geeked out over the 205-page document. But I love taking a look back in time. 2006 was when the process started. 2007, 2008 is when it was finally implemented. A lot has changed in Highland, and I think that that is what I'm here and why I'm passionate about it. I want to make sure that everything that Highland was founded upon in the 70s all the way through that 2006 period, kind of the founding values are able to stay intact, but I want to help bring them into the future as well. I think of how the world has changed. I looked at things, have we taken into consideration at all the water needs that we have, for example? There was very little mentioned about that, and yet we were in a massive drought last year. And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration in this, bedroom community that has 1 acre lots with lots of water that's going everywhere. Just one small example of ways in which I would love to dive in and help. I think it's more my development background, but talking about those issues that are there, I think the alcohol discussion is one that has been very interesting. I went to every person that wrote me a letter of recommendation and I talked to them about these issues after I told them that I didn't get the spot. And that's why I'm here again, is because there was a lot of energy and enthusiasm around those subjects. So I'm excited to represent the community in that way.
So following up on Ron's comment that you'll be sitting up here later tonight, one of the items that will be up for discussion tonight and that we've seen on the agenda before are the flock cameras. Do you know what those are? What can you tell us about those and what do you think about them?
I don't know about flock cameras.
So these are cameras that the police would like to put on some of the busier streets to capture license plates and then maybe help in just capturing information about criminals as they drive
Speed
by.
criminals as they go through.
Yeah.
And are you in favor of them or not? Is that what you're asking?
Yep, that's what I'm asking.
I think that it's an interesting question. We love that Highland is safe, first and foremost. And I think a lot happens on cars going in and out. The data, I think, is important. I think it makes safety a top priority that's there. And I think that there's opportunities within the budget when it comes to police funds and what we share with Alpine that maybe we could use technology to do things more efficiently.
So when you look at your utility bill on a monthly basis, can you tell me how much you pay for a road fee, and then tell me why we have a road fee in Highland per month?
I don't know how much I pay in the road fee, but I imagine that the road fee is there for the roads to take care of maintenance and things so that the city continues to remain safe and is also appealing to look at. And that would be my guess, but I'm not sure.
Okay. If we had to focus more funding, so if you're on the council, where would you recommend we focus more funding on in the city?
In the city? Ooh, that's a good question. Two things come to mind. First, and I've mentioned this to everybody, super passionate about the way in which we gather feedback. And I think that there's mechanisms that we can put in place to get better feedback that appeals to all generations. So massively passionate about that. One that is probably bigger and more long-term, but was mentioned in the general plan, is, I think, and you actually asked me this question, was more of a community or a civic or a rec center of some type. After you asked me that question, as I've sat on it, I just really feel like there needs to be places that are suitable for all 12 months of the year, all seasons, for citizens to gather. I love that we have a ton of outdoor opportunities in the 6 months to 8 months of the year where we're outside, but a civic center would be a great thing, and I think a great contribution to the city.
You mentioned you did a deep dive in the general plan. And I know there are commercial aspects within that general plan that were outlined there. Can you tell me a little bit more what your vision is of what type of commercial Highland needs and how it aligns with the general plan?
So, yeah, the commercial, my dad was a commercial real estate developer, so commercial is always on the brain. And when I looked at the general plan, and I looked at what was even stated within the general plan, and then I look at the commercial that we have in Highland today, I do not believe that it's representative of the vision that was out there. I don't think that we're looking for more Bank of Americas and fast food drive-thrus. I just don't believe that that's the case. I think we want to integrate it into the city, into the atmosphere, into the environment that surrounds here. But again, when it comes to commercial, I'm back to community. Where is a place that we can gather together indoors during those winter months? I just think it's more crucial now than ever, and I just don't believe that we have it. People are leaving our city and going to other places to gather. They're not doing it here in Highland.
Okay, thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry, Ron needs to ask you a question. I'm sorry, Ron.
That's all right. Hi, John.
Hi.
We're not going to, if you win right in, you'll be dealing with this, but if you don't, you won't be dealing with it. But I'd like to know your thought process that would go into a decision that would be made regarding the Highland Mains development and allowing restaurants to sell alcohol. What are the variables? What would you take into consideration as you make that decision? That'll be a very critical decision for the city of Highland. And I'd like to know what...
The methodology, how would I approach it?
How would you approach that?
Yeah. I think the way I've already approached it, I would continue down that path. I think that feedback from the residents is of the utmost importance. We're obviously going to be getting the results in from the surveys that have been sent. Analyzing and assessing that is absolutely vital. And this may sound like a canned answer, but I just think there are absolutely creative ways that we can meet in the middle on it. I understand, I think, all sides of the argument, and I can be absolutely passionate on all sides of the arguments. I get it. I love safety. I personally don't go shopping on Sundays. You know, I don't drink alcohol, and yet I understand why people would want restaurants of that kind to come in. So as I've dove into it, there are creative solutions to do that, whether it's, you know, what the time periods are that we allow restaurants to stay open. There could be architectural guidelines that are there. There's limitations on the alcohol volume, what types of alcohol are served. There's lots of different scenarios, I think, that we could put together to create a solution that's the win-win for everybody across the board. But we have to dive in and really listen to the voice of the people too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next candidate will be Brent Wallace, and first question will be coming from Scott Smith after introduction.
My name is Brent Wallace, and I think you all know me for better or for worse. I was on the Planning Commission for 4 years, Water Advisory Board for 4 years, and been involved in code compliance for 2 years. Lived in Highland for 19 plus years. I've been very involved with the mayors over those last 19 years and with different candidates. And I think that I know you very well, and you probably know me very well from interactions we've had. So I don't know that from a technical standpoint, I need to say any more than that, other than when I was on code compliance, I turned it from a job that was often described as the worst job in Highland to a job in which, when I started the job, there was like 100 backlogged complaints, and we got those resolved down to like 20, and changed the philosophy of code compliance to one of face-to-face and resolving a problem rather than being an antagonist and trying to antagonize somebody. So that's my philosophy in everything that I do, is to, sometimes we have to make compromises, but to put best foot forward and to give people the benefit of the doubt and try and resolve problems. I don't have, let's say I got 40 seconds left. I'm not running, I don't have an agenda, I'm not running for the next election. I think that there's a very unique and situation that the city's in right now to fill this little gap. And so if I can do that because of my experience and hit the ground running, then I'd be happy to do that. If there's someone that's better qualified and better suited, then I would want you to vote for them.
So, Brent, we appreciate your service over the city, especially your work on the Planning Commission and on the code enforcement. I think you did a great job. I'm going to ask a similar question I asked before. Tonight, if we choose you, you'll be sitting up here participating in our short agenda. I assume you've looked at the agenda. Can you tell us what the controversy is about the cemetery maintenance building?
The controversy, I
Or what
think,
decision will be
well,
made? Let's make it.
I think there's been a small building put forward and a larger building put forward. And I would think that I don't think we'll ever feel bad about overbuilding it and then having it be suitable for decades to come. So I think it should be maybe the larger building and have cement floors and be adequate that'll last for 50 years rather than something that will say, oh man, we should have made this 10 feet bigger and we should have made it a better building because now we have to replace it after 20 years or something like that. So I would think that we should go over quality and make it last. Be hopefully the last building we need for a long time in the cemetery.
Okay, thank you.
Brent, at the last city council meeting, there were 2 votes the mayor had to break as a tie. How would you vote on those 2 items?
Well, I only can think of one of those in particular, but would you like to refresh my memory on those 2 points?
The 2 items, there was one about moving the vote on the alcohol issue till January, and the other one was about David Stewart's $100,000 lobbyist agreement.
I think that moving the vote is a wise decision because then it eliminates controversy over someone that's maybe been voted only by the city council and is only serving for a few months. So that was a wise decision. And on the other item, I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with the background on that.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me about Alpine Highway, the fence. Do you have any insights, decisions? How would you vote on that one?
Well, and I'm not going to remember her name now, but she's an American Fork resident that was involved in the city back when that first went in. And I think it's very clear that that is not owned by the city. Is that not correct? So if we don't own that fence, then we shouldn't be responsible for replacing it or fixing it. And I know that there's a lot of times people say, well, somebody said this, somebody said that, I was told this. If it's not in writing, then it's just conversation. And so I would be inclined to say that the city shouldn't be responsible for something that they have no legal obligation for, and that no one can come up with any evidence to the contrary. Did I answer that? I mean, and right ballpark on that?
That's perfect, Brent. If you're faced with a vote that you have studied, you know more than any of your neighbors know, you know more than most of the residents know, but you know that it'll be an unpopular vote, but you know it's the right vote. How would you face that? Let's take it to an extreme. Let's say the neighbors will be really upset with you because maybe it affects them. Do you go with the popular or do you go with your studied view of it? And why?
Well, good question, because I might be more informed, but I would be on the council if I were running for the longer term. I'm representing the people, the residents of Highland, and I wouldn't want to just take just my neighborhood's opinion on that subject. I would want to search out to find out what the opinion was on a much broader scale, so that I'm not just making an opinion based on 20 people. I would want the opinion based on 200 people. And if it's not popular, though, I would try and educate maybe my neighbors as to what I found out, so that then they could say, oh, I didn't understand that. I didn't know that. Thank you for educating me. But I believe we're a part of this system to represent the residents.
Hey, Brent.
Hello.
So my question is, what would you say is a decision that the city council has gotten wrong in the last year or so? I feel like we're pretty honest, you're pretty honest, so I want to hear what you think. I think we all understand that we sometimes get it wrong.
The city council voted to close some trails at one point. And it probably caused the most controversy that Highland has ever faced. And divided neighborhoods, maybe permanently. People have moved out over the controversy over trails. And then when it was finally put to a vote for the entire city, it was voted that the trails were a valuable asset to the city and we wanted to keep them open. So I think there was some small sections that got some very vocal, loud voices to close, but on a citywide basis, they didn't want them closed. And I think that was a very destructive and injurious thing to the city over trails.
Okay, I think we're all the last questions. Thank you, Brent.
Okay.
Okay, our next candidate will be Wesley Warren.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's good to be back. I think one thing that feels and is different this go around is obviously the length of the term and how that kind of affects the makeup of the next 3 months. And well, I guess to start off real quick, this 3-month term is probably a little more tantalizing than the 2-year one for me. And I think that the reasons have been touched on. It seems like a low-risk 3 months for someone to come in that's been quite involved and learn a little bit and participate at a different level. Listening to John, it reminded me of what very originally drew me into Highland City Council politics. And it was the general plan, which is so funny. I don't know what is so intoxicating about that document, but it was during the, it was a little before the Mountain Ridge Park had really picked up, and being able to go into that and justify certain positions and certain decisions based on what is in our general plan was a pretty amazing thing. But then what kept me was being able to learn from and get to know this council, the previous mayor, and what has really kept me going has been people like the ones sitting behind me that are involved and that put themselves out there, that are try new things, that come up and might not get Scott's question right. Like I probably might not this time around, but I appreciate the opportunity.
So Wes, I'm going to ask you a similar question. Where should the city focus more funds?
I think the city should focus more funds on traffic abatement, making the city more walkable and more cyclable, if that's a word. I'd like to see it more bike friendly. I think that it does a pretty good job, like on Alpine Highway. The Murdoch Canal Trail, of course, is amazing, and especially, it goes under just the right streets. But I think there are other things in developing the city and in code that we can do, and this is a conversation that's top of mind. I've been talking to people about it, to really transform the city. It feels on brand for Highland to do things to promote pedestrian and cycling kind of navigation and even just recreating. So that's an interesting one for me.
Tell me your thoughts on the surf soccer lease with the Lone Peak Fields. How would you vote on that? Why would you vote on it that way?
It's been a Russian nesting doll of a topic. It seems every time I think I have myself a good handle on it, something new comes out, some new detail. Gosh, that's a really tough one. And I think at this point, I am leaning towards leasing the land to surf. And I think it's because the city's been very deliberate in the discovery process and in informing the high school, informing really everyone. And I think some of the details, I don't want to get too into it, some of the details that have come up have not been entirely accurate. I don't want to spill any beans or anything, but I think because of recent details, I would lean more towards leasing it, but it's still up in the air. Ron?
Our current bond is going to be paid off in 2027. What types of things can you see yourself advocating for and supporting in favor of a bond, or would that ever be on your agenda?
Oh, absolutely be on my agenda. I think bonding is a really important tool that governments can leverage in improving the city. Not all debt's bad debt, and we've been really responsible with ours. I would tackle a couple things. Expanding the library would be a really big one, even into a community arts center, maybe has its own building. And we have some land right here at the east. I think we can be creative with what and where the library is now. Maybe even moving the library over there and turning this into a community arts center. And then a rec center, I think would be a very worthy thing to bond for. I imagine it'd be something that we'd want to heavily research and even ballot. But I'd love to have a little rec center with a pool. That'd be great. I think it serves all demographics, especially having a pool.
Hey, Wes, one thing that we've been talking about a lot the last year is encroachment issues. So what do you think should be done about a homeowner who, say, maybe has grassed much further than they were allowed to?
Well, I think that city code is city code. And I think a lot of times the council's in a good position to be able to really lean into the code. The code is what it is. We're just here to enforce it. And I know that it's hard to get a hold of these homeowners and to make these things happen. In the couple meetings, I think I've probably been to every meeting where this has been discussed. And I can't help but wonder that there isn't some way to nail down the homeowner and just to get in front of them and to say, hey, this is what's going on and this is what we need to happen. Let's game plan this. I know there's talk about, just going out with shovels, city workers, and going at it, or lots of other alternatives that don't involve just very almost forceful communication with the homeowners. I'd camp out on the door and just wait till they get home and talk to them.
Wes, I'd like to thank you for all the service you've given to the community in the time, and you've served on the Parks Committee and Foundation, different things. We appreciate that. So, reflecting on your service on the Parks Committee, you've done a lot of fundraising for the new Mountain Ridge Park, but there are several other parks in the city that need some upgrades and different things. So, what would you recommend should be a top priority for the Beacon Hill Park?
There's a restroom issue, I think, for the Beacon Hill Park. If I had my park meeting notes, I could easily reference those. And then there was a trail that goes around the park that I think needed to be fixed. There was a playground issue too, I think, but I think that was taken care of. And I think the garbage cans were taken care of at Beacon. I don't know. I would love to see these parks kind of become their own entities, but having ideas of creating scalable little organizations where neighborhoods voluntarily put money towards and maintain their own parks. I think voluntary ownership goes a long ways and makes them feel proud of this little park they have in their neighborhood. And it's not the government making them doing it, it's voluntary, so.
Thank you, Wes. I think all of us have asked, and so we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate will be Elizabeth Rice. And I think,
I'm back. How are you? So you guys already know a little bit about me, but I'll just review. I don't want to repeat myself, but I taught in Alpine School District for 33 years. And I retired in 2017, and I served an LDS mission with a church historian for 2 years. I worked on the Joseph Smith papers and the Eliza R. Snow papers during that time, and also in artifacts. I love history. Gosh, I'm a mother of 4 sons. I'm a widow. I served on the Highland Planning Commission for 4 years. I have served on the Open Space Committee for, I still try to figure out how many years that was. It was forever. I've served on the Highland Park Foundation Board asking people for money. Gosh, I've been a resident of Highland for 24 and a half years, and I really love it here. I do, I love it here. In spite of being a write-in candidate and being raked over the coals for the last 2 days. It's been a lot of fun. So anyway, that's kind of my introduction. So I still have 52 seconds left, but I'll take a question. Who's first? Kim.
If you have an agenda item and 3/4 of the room has showed up to voice their opinion, how would you vote?
Could you repeat that one more time? I couldn't.
Yeah. If you have an agenda item and 3/4 of your room has showed up to voice their opinion, how would you vote on that agenda item?
They vote, they're for it or against it?
Let's say for it.
For it? For an agenda that I want. You know, I struggle with that question because I don't know if I ever come with an agenda. I'm not in anybody's corner at any time. Go ahead, you're going to say something.
Oh, no, just an agenda item. So if there's an agenda item on there.
And they were for it.
And you didn't have an opinion on it, but there's a big group that was for it.
You know,
how would you vote on that?
I'm big on research, and I think you always have to look at the research and explain to people what's going on. And some, you know, city council, you kind of make decisions sometimes that aren't exactly what the crowd wants. Does that answer your question? Who's next? Ron?
Hi, Liz.
Hi.
So thank you for your service on the Planning Commission. I've been there, done that, and it's thankless in some ways, but it's great service, and we appreciate it very, very much.
It is.
Given that experience, where do you see our developable land is diminishing? Where do you see senior housing going? First, do you see a need for senior housing? And affordable housing, let's throw that in as well. But specifically senior housing, where do you see that fitting into if you had a stake in the general plan and could get some input into that general plan? Where do you see that going?
Exactly where in Highland?
Where in Highland?
Or just in the plan?
No, just where in Highland?
You know,
You've got the Longhorn property.
Right. I was thinking kind of more up on the bench. And I talked to people in the last few days, and they are concerned about senior housing. And, you know, they don't want to leave Highland, but their homes are too large. And so you're on the mark. We'd have to look at all the properties that are available. And if there's a developer that came in and said, hey, you know, I want to put this here, you know, I might be for that because I'm a senior. So I would be open to it. I just would have to look at the different properties. But I see it more up on the bench area. So go ahead.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Go ahead.
Hey, Elizabeth, one thing that has been kind of controversial along with the whole alcohol thing is the conversation about who should be making this decision. So do you think that there are any times where an initiative or a referendum process or a survey process are important? Or do you think that those are all decisions that should be made by an elected body?
I could answer all the questions you asked those other guys. So no, I can't. We've had, what, 4 referendums in the last 10 or 12 years, and I believe they've all passed in favor. A referendum is there when I think somebody doesn't agree with what the city council does. And I think the city council has to make a decision based on the facts at hand. But, you know, if the public doesn't agree, that is their constitutional right to go ahead and put forth a referendum. As towns get larger, referendums get harder because you have to have so many signatures from each precinct. You can't just gather it from one area. It has to be widespread, and it has to be registered voters. So does that answer your question, or do you want a little more?
No, that's great, thank you.
Okay. Scott?
Okay, Liz, you've lived in Highland, I think you said 24 years?
About 24 and a half. February will be 25.
So I'm not sure where you cross the line where you're considered to be part of Old Highland, and I'm not talking about age, but there are a lot of people who seek to be on the council who have been here a short time, and that's fine because they bring fresh perspectives. But it's been mentioned that, you know, there are some kind of traditions, there's kind of some philosophies that have developed over the years from the original citizens. So when I moved here 35 years ago, there were 5,000 people, there's now 20,000. So as you knock doors and talk to people as you're running as a write-in candidate, what would you say are, and this is not, and I don't want to touch on the alcohol thing right now.
Right, it's fine.
Ron's already asked you about senior housing, but what are two issues that you hear people talk about that you would think that the council needs to address?
One of my most interesting conversations in the last, other than senior housing, because that has been a topic more than once. And it's always hard to say, okay, this part of Highland is older, and this part of Highland is newer, and this is more traditional. I've never felt like we should come into Highland and slam the door behind us and say, you're not welcome here, because they are welcome here, and I want to make those people feel welcome here. That being said, I have been told in my area, because that's kind of where I started, if you know where I live, and I branched out from there, one gentleman said that he wants Highland divided into 4 quadrants and to have representatives from each of those quadrants. So each area is more fairly represented. And I didn't disagree with him because sometimes I feel like our south end is not always totally represented. And does that answer your question?
Okay. Liz, you mentioned you served on the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Can you share an item that you made a decision on that after you would make a different decision?
You know, I like that question, Mr. Mayor, because I think Kim asked me that last gum scraping episode. But I want you to know that I got thinking about that. I thought, was there something that we could have done better or differently on the Planning Commission? So one of them was the Tuscany homes, I almost called them apartments, because the Planning Commission approved it for 2 levels, and the City Council put 3 levels on. And it ended up with some fire truck incident issues at the end of, well, that was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Brent? 10 years ago. Okay, well, it's been a while. And I'm sure things have changed since then. So that's one, okay, and I still have 8 seconds. The other one is the irrigation pond that sits over here, partly on American Fork land, partly on Highland land. I kept pushing for a 99-year lease with American Fork City for them to pay Highland, and I didn't get it, and I should have pushed harder.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
You're done with me? Very good.
Our next candidate is Melissa Gandor.
Hello, council members and mayor. I'm Melissa Nay Gandor, and I am one of the more newer residents to Highland. So yes, I'm newer blood to the area, but I have found that I've loved living in Highland. think what really called to me to live in the area is the fact that it's very community-oriented. I grew up in a rural community, and I am from Utah, but I lived outside of Utah for 15 years and came back and found Highland to be exactly what I was looking for. Community-oriented, really into trails, parks, recreations, arts programs, and good infrastructure. A little bit about my background. My background is in nonprofits, particularly with arts, culture, and military family advocacy. So that's my background. I actually also work currently for the City of Vineyard as in the finance department. My experience is a lot to do with grants. That's what I do for them, grant writing. And as everyone knows, Vineyard is the fastest growing urban city in the state. So lots of growing pains there, which gives me a lot of insight from the staff perspective on how interesting problems come up and how the council and mayor need to deal with them. I also teach. I teach part-time for Brigham Young University. And I'd say my background is in my passions, education, civically, public-minded, and nonprofit. Why I wanted to be on city council for such a short term, it's because, since my passion, I know that in the civic world, in the public sector, elected officials, they have the opportunity to make the most impactful decisions and impact on the local community. So that's why I went, yes, why don't I get more involved in my community on a local level? So that's why I'm here, and I'm ready for your questions.
Ron, you'll be the first one.
Hi there, Melissa.
Hello.
How do you feel about the city providing a municipal pool and a gathering center that Wes talked about? What would be your thoughts about that, and what would you take into consideration about the possibility of seeking a bond for such a thing?
I would actually go ahead and make sure, as our demographics are drastically changing in the city, to see where the actual heart of the citizens are going towards that. Another thing is, although I know some aspects, I'd make sure that the Civic Center was in a mind of mostly paying for itself, not in the build, but being able to maintain. Are we going to have the use for it? So that goes into how big are we going to make this center? Is it going to be recreation? Is it going to be arts focused? Is it, a lot of those factors, and that's a lot to do with research, surveying, things of this nature. But from my perspective, of course I would love a civic center, but I would be representing the city in our long-term commitments. So some of those things would have to be going to my decision.
Hey, Melissa. Really nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. Can you tell me what your 3 favorite parks are in Highland?
Wow, okay. Yes, I could. I love I'm so sorry. I love the one that goes just as we come, just south of, before we get into the Smith section with the Murdoch Trail that goes into it and has a lot of the soccer fields, the playground. I'm sorry, the name is escaping right now, but it does intersect the Murdoch Trail beautifully there, and I love that one. I do love Beacon Hill Park, even though there is some issues with the maintenance of the disc golf. I know that that's been some controversy, but I do love it because it intersects beautifully with some of our other natural trails. And then I'm really excited about the new one. I'm really excited just seeing the progress of that and seeing that just the last funding can come together and finish up that park. Yeah.
So this is a little different question.
Sure.
Where does Highland get most of its culinary water? And is our culinary water chlorinated or non-chlorinated?
This is an excellent question, and I'm going to be frank with you. I am not a water expert, although I do know water is important to our city and as we develop and grow drastically. I do know that we do have a share in different sections, and we do work closely with I don't remember which water conservative board it is, but I do know that that is part of it. So that'd be something I'd have to actually research a lot more into, but I do know water is key and strategic in how we proceed in our infrastructure development.
Okay, I'm going to answer it. So our culinary water comes from wells,
Okay.
and our water is not chlorinated at this
I
point.
didn't think it was,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay, In your introduction, you mentioned about some of the things you love about Highland. Can you give me 2 or 3 things you'd like to see change in Highland?
Some things I would like to change is just I think a lot of it's doing well, but continuing to keep an eye on sustainable development. I see a lot of our end developments, our end of our land, and just being very mindful of some things that I've noted, high density housing, where does that go? How are we working with our developers on making sure that the citizens' voices are heard, and just being smart about it. So that's number one and foremost. I do love that I would like to see our city funds go to bridge the gap of where our taxes don't cover. And ultimately keep on funding things such as our trails, our parks, our youth and family programs. That's where I see it. So those 3 pillars are kind of where I see that.
Thank you.
One of the last decisions we made at our city council meeting was to hire a lobbyist for us up at the Capitol Hill for $100,000. What are your views on that, and how would you have voted?
Well, I suppose in some ways that can be very effective. Obviously, you have to weigh what you believe will be the outcome. There's risks to everything. When dealing with the state offices that I have dealt with, I do know that sometimes your voice in a smaller city just isn't heard. And so I do understand the decision that was brought forth by the council to proceed with that. So we will see. And depending on, of course, the outcomes of some of these initial things, it may be proven that it's a good or bad decision. And that's the job of the city council, right? It's not always going to be the most favorable thing, but you are the elected body that comes to make these decisions. And that's important and a vital role in our community.
I think
Oh, that's it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next candidate will be Doug Courtney, and first question will come from Brittany.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Doug Courtney, and this evening I'm not just speaking to you as a resident of Highland, I'm speaking as an applicant for the council vacancy. I had a speech put together that I was going to talk about all the things that you already know about me, and then as I've been sitting there and contemplating a conversation that I had earlier this evening, I decided that I'm not going to rely on you guys to ask me the question that I want to answer. So I'm going to answer it in lieu of an introduction of just repeating things that you already know. And that's what is my favorite thing about the general plan. It's a single sentence. It's in the introduction. And it says that cooperation is a cornerstone of the city, a characteristic that is on par with its scenic setting, which is highly valued. These days, that's my least favorite part of the general plan also. Because it reminds me that as I look around the city, I see that cooperation waning. I see the spirit of cooperation that has identified our great city coming apart at the seams, and that saddens me. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone because I am as guilty as anyone else. And what I am here, I suppose, in addition to just answering that question, is to tell you that as a member of the council, I would do my level best to remedy that. And not as a member of the council, I will be doing my level best to remedy that. Because Highland deserves better than some of us have been doing it recently, I think.
Doug, it's always so nice to have you. Thanks for coming. My question is, as you're making decisions, I feel like we have to kind of look at several different things. So we look at input from the residents, we look at our own personal bias, we look at the information that we're given from staff, and then we look at the own information that we're able to research. So how do you balance those 4 different things?
I think it depends a little bit on the nature of the decision that's being made. There are some things where we would be are more technical in nature, and we would be relying more on input from staff, along with research that we've been doing, and probably relying less on resident input because of the technical nature of the decision. Generally speaking, I think that resident input is an important part of things, and we should be actively reaching out to get that. I would tend to weigh them fairly evenly if I'm looking across the board. Again, on any given issue, 1 or 2 may be more important than the others, but to me, it harkens back to the quadripartite system that had in the California community colleges when I was involved there, with 4 distinct bodies that are equal in working forward.
Thanks.
Doug, I just wanted to thank you again for all the service you've given the city. I think you've donated a lot of free service areas. You're in charge of the Highland Fling, and you've been involved in trying to make the city better. So we were just talking a little bit more about this kind of sense of cooperation. I've been on the council off and on for a few years. And my experience has been on the council, even though we have kind of heated debates and different things, that when we're separate and not deliberating in things, that each one of us kind of accepts the other person as a good friend. And we oftentimes express that. And, you know, even last time when we met where things got a little heated about a couple of the things, we had there was some discussion and kind of friendship afterwards. So I think there is a sense of cooperation, but it's okay to disagree. So I guess what I'd like to know, as you were talking about the need for cooperation and more of a sense of community, how would you create that if you were on the council?
Excuse me. I really think that the key part of that is relationships and meeting people. It is relatively easy to maintain that with a small group like the council. I think it becomes more difficult as you kind of waves out from there. And I'll give you an example from my work experience. I was frustrated that our CEO didn't really have any connection with the line day-to-day workers. Many of them had never met him, and after bemoaning this for a little while, I realized that I actually could do something about this, that he was in our calendar system and I could invite him to lunch just like anybody else could invite anybody else. And that's what I did, and started an annual thing. I think that it's that kind of reaching out and communication that really builds that.
Doug, you've been to a lot of city council meetings. Can you share a couple decisions that the city council made, and I understand there might have been dissenting votes one way or another, that you would vote differently than the way the majority of the council voted?
Sure. The 3 that immediately come to mind, and I'll start back in time and move forward. I would have voted differently on the open space fee, which comes as no surprise to anybody because I said that at the time. I would have voted differently on the surf soccer moving forward. Again, this comes as no surprise to anybody. I sent an email to council expressing that at the time. Quick side note, my opinion has changed slightly on that one. So if it were to come up again, I might be on the side that the council was. And the third one is moving the vote for the alcohol sales, which again comes as no surprise to anybody because I expressed that at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Doug.
Thank you.
I know you're running for city council. Can you just tell me why you're running for city council and what inspired you to get involved in local politics?
Yeah, I have always enjoyed municipal government. I think it is the most interesting level of government, because that's where real things that on a day-to-day basis affect people in small ways happens. What happens in Washington affects us day-to-day, but not to the same way as, are our sewers working, are our roads intact. I decided to run partly just out of that interest in municipal government, partly because there are a couple of things that I do care about going forward. I am concerned about water in the long run, and want to see us doing more about, to some extent, what our general plan says with regard to conservation and outreach to citizens. And I'm concerned about some potential long-term costs to the city for infrastructure. We want to make sure we have those planned for.
Hi, Doug.
You're on.
We've had some conversations about democracy versus a Republican representative government. If you were faced, same question I asked earlier, if you were faced with a vote that isn't popular, but you really feel like is the right vote, aside from, let's assume you've done all you can to try to educate the public, and how do you struggle with that? How do you justify the vote that you're going to end up doing?
I will, I think, answer the intent of your question, which is focusing exclusively on the vote and the aftermath and nothing leading up to it. I will tell you two things. First of all, when I was working with a community college, I had a sign over my desk that said, what is popular is not always right, what is right is not always popular. And I believe that. That ultimately, elected officials are elected to make decisions on policy for the people who elected them. A specific example, the Canal Boulevard extension, putting that east-west corridor in. I believed at the time, I believe it now, and I will believe until the day I die, that that was an absolutely necessary thing from a security and a safety standpoint for the city, and I don't care if every other person in the city disagreed with me. That was necessary, I would have voted for it.
That's a good answer, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's all. Okay, it is now time for the nomination round. We ask that each council person present 2 names to move forward.
Can I ask a quick question about that? So refresh my memory when we changed the procedure, because I thought we were going to do it exactly like last time, because last time the mayor got to nominate in the nominating thing. Because there were 3, yes they did, because there were 3 council members and there were 8 different people.
No, it was in the last vote. It was just the last round where there were 3 names presented.
Yeah, well, how did we end up with 3 councilmen and 8 candidates?
Okay, yeah, you can't, because in this next round, in the nomination round, there were only, I think, 6 that moved forward, right?
No, that's not the way I remember.
There were 8.
No, it was the second, third round for that.
Last time, the mayor did nominate you because you're right.
That's right, there were 8 that got through the nominating process. There were 3 council.
Nomination.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Yep.
I did do it.
Yes, you did, in the you were voted in the
I
nomination.
think we adjusted it because we had lost a council member that day, and that was not the original plan, so we asked you to nominate as well. So
I guess we'll ask, would you like me to move forward to a nomination?
I think we agreed to do it the same way as before, so I'm not sure why we would change it.
I agree with Scott.
Okay, so that means the mayor also presents 2 names to move forward.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, it is now time for you to submit 2 names on your ballot here, that you're to submit 2 names to move forward. Just those who might be arriving for city council meeting, We are in the middle of a work session and choosing a new city council member. The city council meeting will not start until this selection time has been taken care of, so.
All right, the individuals who will be going on to our first round of voting is going to be John, Brent, Wesley, and Liz.
Okay, once again to repeat, you have John, Brent, Wesley, and Liz.
That is correct.
Okay. With that, how's the order of the questions? You had a special order that we're supposed to go.
So now we're going to go in backwards order of the ballot order. So Liz will go first, then Wesley, then Brent, and then John.
Okay, and I think the first question, we'll invite Liz to come up. The first question will be from Scott.
Okay. Dr. Smith.
Okay.
Okay, you actually have a 2-minute dialogue. So at this time,
So
you can do a
he
2-minute
could ask
dialogue.
more than one question, in other words, right, if I'm short.
Okay. I need to think for a second. I wasn't planning on doing the first one, so. Okay. Liz, you're campaigning as a walk-in candidate, or not a walk-in, a write-in,
Write-in.
I'm sorry.
Same thing.
So you're
That's
doing
okay.
a lot of walking.
Yeah,
So your name is not on the ballot.
correct.
How do you plan on getting your word out?
So far, I have put up a lot of signs. I have been door to door. I have taken my flyers door to door, had a lot of good conversations, a couple of not so good conversations. And I think there's a lot of people that are passing the word that they like me. So that's what it is right now. I helped put out a mailer. I've been doing some campaign fundraising and whatnot, and so far, that's what I've done. Does that answer your question? You can, you have
Yes.
a minute 24. You want to do another one?
Do I get a second one?
No, you can have a dialogue. Go ahead and have dialogue.
Okay. So, Liz, as a retired citizen in Highland,
Yes.
what is your opinion of the way we raise funds in Highland? So we have a lot of fees, road fee, we have the public safety fee. There's been a tendency to put in fees rather than property tax increases. What is your philosophy about fees versus property tax?
I think that fees can go away. Property tax, when you raise a property tax, it's kind of sticks forever, is been my experience. The fees in Highland, I feel, are reasonable. I got looking at mine after the last thing that we did like this, and I feel they're reasonable, especially when I look at other cities. That's it. That's all I got.
Anything else,
22
Scott?
seconds.
That's it?
That's it?
Mine will be around bonding. There've been a lot of questions tonight about a city issuing bond. Can you share your feelings about having the city issue a bond for a rec center, a community center, or for a library, and what your feelings would be and how you'd vote? Or how you come about to a decision on that?
So, and you specifically want me to spend time on, like, the rec center, the library, or can I do just on bond in general?
Would you approve bonding on any of those three?
Bonding is a little scary. The last time we bonded was for these buildings, and when we bonded, it lowered Highland City's credit score. And I think it's always a worry to bond, because it's a great responsibility that the fathers of the city have to take that kind of debt. That being said, I really believe that in the next few years, we are going to have to bond for infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I'm not talking about roads, because we've got a fee for that. But I'm talking about the pipes underneath the road. There's parts of Highland that are aging. I think we need to really start looking at that. I know that they do replace sometimes, but on a mass level, to get a contractor, I think you'd have to bond. As far as a rec center, I look at the liability of that. I don't think we really have the population for that. I think that's a very risky, high-end item. Not that I wouldn't look at it, not that I wouldn't listen to people, but at the same time, bonding is a serious thing. You swipe a credit card of money that's not ours, or, the city's necessarily. So, is that it? Do you want more? You got 27 seconds.
Okay, what about the library or bonding for fiber?
Well, I taught for 33 years, and, I guess that's a little personal bias. If you have a library, you have readers, and if you have readers, you have an educated population. And I love the library. I think it's amazing what we've done in the short time that it's been there, because we used to have it at Mountain Ridge Junior High. And so I would consider it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You mentioned you've gone out campaigning, knocking doors, doing fundraising. One of the decisions when I campaigned was who was it appropriate to take fundraising money from and who was it not to. Can you tell me your views on raising campaign funds?
Repeat that one more time, Kim, sorry.
Yeah, you've talked about knocking doors and campaigning and fundraising. And when I ran for city council, I had decisions to make on who to accept money from and who not to accept money from. What do you take in part in that decision process of who to accept campaign money from?
If I feel like somebody is kind of trying to buy my position, I politely turn it down. I'm not for sale. And so that is, and sometimes it's just a feeling, Kim. Sometimes it's just how they present it or that they want something back in return. And so that is a no for me. And just in, what I have accepted, people have given it without, for the most part, I have turned one person down, but they have given it for the most part with no expectations in return. I think that's what I base mine on. You got it in at 13.
Perfect. I'm going to go off of kind of Mayor's questions about property tax versus fee.
Okay.
If we need to raise money, for example, we had public safety, and we are short on their compensation, you need to raise money in that department. Would you do a fee or a property tax raise for that?
For public safety?
Yes.
Don't we have a fee for public safety right now?
Yes, but with that decision, would you do the fee?
But you'd have to have more, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Would you make the decision to do it in a fee form or a property tax form?
Again, I'd have to look at how much we need, because I think that determines the difference between fee and property tax. For me, if it's a lot of money, I don't think public safety should ever go without. I am the mother of a cop, and I have a tendency to lean towards helping them, but you help the city at the same time. You help the people of Highland. So to answer your question, I would prefer a fee, but if needs be, if it's a lot of money, then probably property tax.
So even though a fee is across the board, almost a flat tax versus a property tax is differentiated between, less versus more?
On percentages, you mean? I thought they were both based on percentages, but again, this is where my research has to come in, and I'd have to lean on some expertise from other council members. Okay? Ron?
Hi there, Liz.
Hi.
So you can blame yourself for this question.
Okay. Yahoo.
It's your fault, 100% your fault. You mentioned that you had some conversations that weren't so good.
Right.
Tell me how you navigated through that.
I kept trying to say, let's just keep it positive, and please ask me questions that maybe I can answer as to what my stand might be or where the city currently is on that issue, but you try to keep it positive. And it wasn't hard because you just, those aren't the droids you're looking for. So let's just keep it positive. That's,
Good,
okay?
good. Second question has to do with, you were aware that if you're appointed tonight, you will be at our meeting and we have some agenda items.
Okay.
What have you done to prepare for that meeting? Because you could be sitting in that chair down there.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I did look at the agenda. I was here I've been here for the council meetings, for the most part. So, the maintenance, the new maintenance shed that I believe you're going to award tonight. And I'm anxious to hear from Mr. Barr. He used to be one of my students. I'd like to hear from him. That's on there. I'd like to hear, what else was there? Oh, this is from memory.
What are your thoughts about the shed? What variables would you take into account as you vote one way or another on the shed?
It depends on how much money we have. I don't think we can overspend. I mean, it depends on how much money we have. If we, we're growing, so certainly, and that's, the cemetery and all those other things aren't going to get smaller, so we might need a bigger one. But again, especially tonight, I'm going to have to rely on some of your opinions and some of the other research that's been done. You have 2 seconds. Now you're good?
So I'm going to ask you a question about the agenda too, because I feel bad that I asked John a specific one recently. What can you tell me about the agenda item related to, there are only 2 real agenda items, the one related to the purchase of fertilizer? Have you read that in the packet?
I did not read it all. Matter of fact, I hadn't heard about the fertilizer. I thought, oh, that's a new item for tonight. So I should have read it, but I did not. So again, I'm going to have to lean a little.
That's okay. So when you have an agenda item like that, that's a significant expenditure, but something that I personally don't know a lot about, how do you make that decision?
Well, I hope that staff has done some research and that they've given us a heads up so we could do some research and call some fertilizer places, or I don't even know where to start with fertilizer. I would probably start with IFA and ask them fertilizer questions, because the most I've done is ever fertilize my lawn. So that's where I would go, but again, I would rely on them. I would rely on my own, and my own research of trying to find it, and then we kind of compile it and come up with a compromising answer.
Another thing that's on our agenda, just as a discussion item, is graffiti. So we've had kind of a problem in Highland recently with graffiti. What are your ideas to address that kind of a problem?
Does this go in with your cameras at all? The cameras that they want? Not, that's just traffic.
Those are just different. Those are just traffic.
I dealt with 8th graders for 33 years. Taught U.S. history and speech communications, theater, and stage crew. When you have something lit up, you have fewer problems. The police can see in or around, and so light to me would be something that would probably have to happen. Maybe more patrol. I'm open for that one. Okay. Is that it? No? Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Our next person to come up will be Wes. And Wes, I'll be asking you the first question.
All right, sir.
We've been here in a lot of the council meetings, so I'm going to ask a lot about different items that have been on our agenda.
All right.
Share me your thoughts about the Alpine Highway fence and how you see as a solution coming about, or what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I feel like that's one the council has very methodically and thoughtfully approached, because there's a tough situation there. The residents have been told one thing for a very long time, and when it comes down to what's actually codified in the city, it's different. It's their fence. So I feel like the residents in the city are getting very close to a really equitable decision, and I agree with it. I think there is some responsibility on the part of the city to make this good, even if technically, legally, they aren't responsible at all. I think it's important to repair the fence and to keep relationships repaired.
Okay, and hopefully you were at the meeting about a year and a half ago, dealing with 4800 West, North County Boulevard coming up into SR 92, going up into Alpine. There's some fairly wide safety issues and traffic issues. We had a lot of residents showed up and said, don't widen it. The safety aspects, we kept hearing widen it. What's your thoughts, and what would you do on council? I would do what the council did. I think with UDOT, they're really good at a lot of things, but I think their hammer and every problem kind of looks like a nail. And I think widening that intersection, encouraging more traffic, would have been a catastrophic decision. There's nothing wrong with slow traffic. It's safe traffic. I don't think encouraging more traffic was the answer at all. And there's a lot of really amazing participation in that meeting also, about the timing of the lights, and you as a council were complimented quite often. So I felt like you guys hit a home run with that one. Okay. You, Kim?
Hey Wes, one of the discussion items for tonight is graffiti. Mm-hmm. How would you combat that as a city, and what are some suggestions?
I've always thought that strategically placed cameras were kind of a good idea, but I also think that it would be really cool if the city put up in a couple of these areas just a big cinder block wall, and just for these artists or budding artists. I know a lot of the graffiti is just, words and whatever. It's not necessarily art. But I think that there's an opportunity there. It doesn't cost much. I think hopefully diverting that youthful energy and enterprising, budding artfulness into something more productive and cooperative. I think that'd be a pretty cool thing.
I can keep going. Okay, let's see here. I know you're a write-in candidate, Wes. Why do you want to run for city council?
I was hoping you knew.
I don't know. Right. I don't know if anyone would.
I love being involved, and I feel like you reach a point to where there's a natural next step in your involvement. And I've been hearing it from you guys for a while, and it is some kind of appointed or elected office. And, there's a couple of reasons why I wasn't able to officially declare and be on the ballot. But I figured this is a really good experience, a really good opportunity to kind of learn a lot about the campaigning process. And it's been really great so far, and it's a relatively low pressure situation also as a write-in, so it's been really good to get to know a couple of people in the same position that I am right now.
Hi, Wes. So you're aware of the surf soccer.
I am.
You probably have a decision in your mind one way or another, but what factors are you taking into consideration as you make a decision like that? It's $200,000 worth of income, or $75,000 for 5 years. How do you weigh that in terms of the access, the limited access, the restrictions that are placed on it? What types of things are you thinking through as you make that decision?
Yeah, I think with a decision like that, first and foremost, I turn to the city and what we are able and not able to do. What is that land used for, what it cannot be used for? I think that city code and ordinances a lot of times do a lot of the heavy lifting and the decision making that the council does. And after that, I was involved in this process with Mountain Ridge Park when Surf originally wanted to put in fields over there. And one thing I was impressed with the council was how far and how willing they were to push back against SURF. To say, look, you're going to come out of this looking really good and you're going to be set for a while. So we really need this concession. We really need more time open for residents. We really need this many hours in this season. And I feel like that's really important. I don't think that we've gone far enough with SURF in that respect yet for me to be totally comfortable making a decision to grant them the lease. But I think code first, and then, you know, talking to residents and SURF, and that's another time where deciding as a council is a real benefit, because it wouldn't just come down to me. It would be more of a group decision, and I feel like more cream can rise to the top as the council works together and votes together.
Then, you've only got about 30 seconds, but where would senior housing fit into your plans for the future of Highland?
Well, as a future senior, I am concerned about that, and as someone that wants to live in Highland forever, right? I think the Longhorn property over there is a good spot for a development like that. I've seen some really attractive senior housing, and it seems like R130 is a good zoning for something like that, and there's plenty of room for it over there. Let's do it. Let's get it done, Ron. All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Wes.
Hi.
Let's talk about something I'm sure you're excited about, but we haven't talked about yet tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That is the traffic calming toolbox. Tell me what you think about that study, the money that was spent on it, the conclusions that we came to, and how we should use it going forward.
The money that was spent on it. It's a good little addition there. I mean, I learned some things from it. I feel like a lot of it, some Google deep diving could have, you know, pulled up the same kind of results, but, you know, whatever. It's good to get current and relevant information to the city. I think at this point, with the toolbox, it's just applying it. I've heard so many times that snowplows can't navigate the speed bump. Well, yes, they can, or the temporary speed bumps are no good, and they don't work, or the flashing signs, and I think that it's going to be A/B testing and trial and error, and I think the more things that we can do that are a little more on the temporary side, a temporary speed bump, would give us a lot of insight moving forward into the bigger areas of the city that need more permanent solutions.
What do you think about the idea that we've talked about allowing different neighborhoods to donate money in order to provide some of those elements for their own neighborhood?
I think that's great, but on the other hand, I wouldn't want any neighborhoods to feel like that was their last resort. That'd be a tough position to be in as a neighborhood, to feel that you're that far out of the purview of the city council that you have to raise funds on your own. I don't know, it would be great. I like that kind of initiative from residents, and I don't think that it would have to be because of negligence from the city council, but I would like to make sure that it wasn't.
Thanks, Wes.
Again, Wes, thanks for your service to the city. So we've heard a lot tonight about senior housing and some about affordable housing. My experience, as I've said on this council, that we have developers come in waving the flags of affordable housing and senior housing. And this has happened with the Ridgeview development, where there's 689 homes going into 112 acres. It was true with part of Sky Ridge when we approved that, our Sky Estates, I guess is what they're called, up on the northwest corner. And we were told there'd be a lot of senior housing there. We've heard that same story here in the center part of the city. In the end, though, what it is it's basically high-density housing. And it's oftentimes not affordable. The houses out in Ridgeview are very expensive. and that's been true in other areas in the city. So I guess my question is how can we go about having truly senior housing? How do we work with developers to bring that about? Because most seniors can't afford really expensive housing. They don't want a big lot. But I get a little tired of people waving the banners of these two things when in the end that's not what they're talking about. So how would you deal with the developers on that? That's kind of a broad question, but we keep talking about it.
No, and it's a tough one because with this land, there's only so much that control the city has. I think different ways from a developer's perspective to feel incentivized would be, I mean, I think one of the only tools that we have is zoning. And I think that if we can work on this end and with city to make sure that we can plan, like in an upcoming general plan, certain areas and strongly encourage those areas to be set aside for the kind of high density housing reserved for seniors, I think that becomes a hallmark of the city. I think that those kinds of communities are not only very attractive, but really speak to a lot of the values of a city that they would actually, as part of a plan and as part of planning out the city, accommodate the seniors in the city and the residents that have been with the city from the get-go. And I don't know all the laws and the rules and stuff, and that's where city would come into play, but I feel like there's a way to kind of set apart certain parts of the city and designate them for that. And then there's ways developers can do it too. Most of these centers are, dense, but there's also, different HOA kind of factors to where they can get more for their money, but also it's kind of self-funding. So that was the whole 2 minutes, but I hope that helped. Thanks.
Okay. I know there's been some that have walked in. We are in the middle of trying to select a new council person. The city council meeting will begin after this. We'll probably have after we do the selection, we'll do some swearing in and have a short break. But we have not started our official city council meeting, if you're wondering. This is still a work session choosing a city council member. The next one to come up will be Brent Wallace, and the first question will become from Kim.
Brent Wallace. Who is your favorite city council member and why?
We all want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you. I'm just going to liven things up.
The why would be the hard part.
We know who his least favorite one is.
Hey, I have a question for you, graffiti. How would you suggest we work on that? We have some issues here in the city.
Well, I think that they shouldn't be incentivized by leaving it there. I think getting it off as fast as you possibly can so that whatever time and hours and effort they spent hopefully will not even be seen for 24 hours. So that would be number one, is removal as fast as possible. I think there's some new technology that's come out where they put surfaces, they spray things where it comes off easier. New chemicals have come out which are designed specifically for graffiti removal. So I know that our staff, though, was already probably overworked. So that's just one more, a brick in their bucket that they've got to deal with. But Wes actually, I think, brought up an excellent point, is provide an opportunity for the artists to express themselves and not allow those that are putting up gang signs and that sort of thing and not be allowed at all. But if we could have a wall that you put a surface on that could easily be done over, I think that's actually a great idea. But don't let the gang members leave their mark.
Excellent question. Okay, I have another question for you. This week I had a friend call me up and say that they got a letter in the mail saying that they had a maintenance agreement with the city, and might happen to be in a neighborhood around you, and that the city told them they need to either take down all their landscaping that was part of that maintenance agreement or buy the property. How would you handle that situation, especially when it is an irate resident that you are friends with as well?
They were told that they could buy the property?
They could buy the property, but they did not have the funds to buy it, but they did not have the funds to take out all the landscaping as well in their maintenance agreement.
There isn't an option, as far as I know, about buying. It's either you're in an area where you can get a maintenance agreement along a trail. If it's along a potential park, which would be, then they do not have that option. They have to remove it. And I would work on some kind of a time frame where they could do that reasonably. You wouldn't expect that overnight, maybe, depending if it's concrete or whatever it is.
Just broadly speaking, how do you feel about the problem that we currently are facing as a city when it comes to encroachment, similar to what Kim is asking? How do we approach that? Is it black and white, or is there gray areas? If there's gray areas, what do you see those being?
Well, okay. You've asked me the first controversial, what I consider controversial. I think that we've made it black and white. There are neighbors of mine that have encroached on the Dry Creek area. The land behind them is on a 45-degree angle. It'll never be able to be used as any park. So I feel that there needs to maybe be exceptions where the city would be better served by them having a maintenance agreement on that, because the park will never be on that 45-degree slope. But a lot of people have taken, a lot of these have big money, and they thought, we can just take this and we can just have it. And somebody told them they could. And so I go back to, somebody told me they could. Well, it doesn't matter who told you. If it's not on paper, if it's not in contract, then it doesn't count. But I would like to see maybe something written into that code where if it's not usable by the city, a maintenance agreement can be. Now that would exclude concrete, trampolines, sheds, anything that's permanent. But if it can be something that can beautify that land, maybe help with erosion control, then maybe we should look at allowing maintenance agreements right now where we're not allowing them because it's potentially a park.
Very good, 30 seconds. How do you feel about a bond? What would you see yourself asking the citizens to vote on a bond for? What type of improvement for the city of Highland?
I don't think it's government's responsibility to necessarily provide recreation. So if it's a bond for infrastructure, if it's a bond for sewer, water, those sort of things, I would be for it. But I don't think we're supposed to provide recreation. That's not part of our charter, the government's charter.
You know what would be fun to talk about? The budget. I think that'll be fun.
So let's not talk about that.
I think it sounds fun. Tyler's in agreement, so we're going to go with it. Tell me where you think in our general fund, where do we have room to do better? What changes do you think we could make? And if we need to raise additional revenue, what would be your suggestion as to how to do that? Isn't this fun?
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to go to have a root canal right after this. So I think that property tax is one of the most unfair taxes there is, because I can be a retired widow living in a house and I've got on fixed income, but my property tax keeps going up because somebody on the city council thinks it ought to for this or that. So I think that it's a very unfair tax to just think we can automatically keep adding on to property tax. When we do fees, they're going to go away someday. It is a tax. I think a fee is really just a hidden tax, but it does have an expiration date on it. I think that roads, there's places in my subdivision that are sorely overdue for having the roads repaved. And I know that there's certain pieces that we do annually, and I think that more money should go into roads. I know we have the fee for it, but I think that roads and the safety of roads, 10400 just got a major resection done on it by Freedom Elementary. Excellent job. But I would think that that would be a place where infrastructure or roads are the places where we ought to be spending our money.
Kind of is along the same lines. So if we're looking at finishing the new park or making improvements to other parks, which do you think is the priority?
Quickly, is there going to be a major soccer field in the new park?
Yes.
I would think right now, while that is kind of in everybody's view, that should be finished. It should be a centerpiece for the city, for that whole park. And if we need to spend the money there to finish that park, and it's got more soccer space, then that's where it ought to be done.
Okay, Mr. Wallace.
Okay, hardball time.
So this is a question, if you're appointed tonight, and you'll be participating in, I think, 4 city councils, unless we have a special one in December. I think we only have one in November. So if it's interesting how the dynamics of a city council work. A lot of times we have disagreements amongst ourselves, and sometimes we don't particularly like one another, or the way we voted, or different things. So, I mean, there's been more than one occasion where you've expressed your disagreement with me and different things, and I'm wondering how you would deal with that. I wonder how you would be willing to work with people that you disagree with.
Good question. Thank you, Scott. First, if we were going to disagree, it would be over policy and not personality. It would be fact-based, and I think that it's obvious I've matured physically, and hopefully I've matured mentally and emotionally as well. And I expect that we might disagree in the future, but that we could do that in the best interest of Highland and its residents, and put aside any past minor differences we've had.
Okay. So let me ask a question, and I think I appreciate Councilwoman Bill's talking a little bit about the budget now, because we won't be doing a lot of budget in the next 2 or 3 months, but we'll be preparing for the budget. And one of the things that we're going to be talking a lot about is financing and moving ahead with a general plan revision. And you may have been involved in the original general plan, I'm not sure, because you were serving about that time. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at the general plan and making suggestions, what is one area we really need to focus on improving for the city?
Just one item.
That you think is a top priority?
I think that we need zoning, so that we make sure we know where the lines are, and we don't maybe keep moving the lines, and that when we make that suggestions, we take into account affordable housing, senior housing, which are not at all related. Affordable housing is not affordable in Highland at all. Senior housing exists kind of. I think senior housing should be close to shopping perhaps, so people can easily get to Macy's or whatever. But I would think getting the zoning policy so that we know where the lines are.
Okay, thank you.
My question would be coming in based on what some items I think might come up to the council in the next 4 months. You've heard about surf soccer.
Yes.
Share me your opinion on the surf soccer agreement.
10 years seems like a long time to me, and the reason I say that is I was the president of an HOA that had 36 units in it, and Comcast came to us and they made us a deal on internet, and we thought, oh, that's a great deal. Signed up for a 10-year deal, and then Google Fiber came in for free. We were tied into this 10-year deal with Comcast, and then all of a sudden it went from being a good deal to being a terrible deal. So I think that we need to look at that money, but there needs to be maybe some kind of an exit clause where we can have both of us agree to exit that agreement. And $200,000 is a wonderful deal, $75,000 is a great deal. They're going to improve it, they're going to maintain it. Or if we're going to have a new soccer field in the new park, then that will take a lot of pressure off of the one by Lone Peak. That would all I would think is 10 years is a long time to lock ourselves in unless we've got some wiggle room in that. But we got to look at the money too. 200,000 is 200,000.
Okay, we have residents that are asking the city to help fund the Alpine Highway fence. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I guess I kind of expressed my opinion before, is that it's a he said, she said kind of a deal. It is a very visible fence. It is, to a lot of people, the entrance into Highland, and they see that fence. So we have a dog in the fight there of wanting to preserve a beautiful fence, but maybe a compromise can be made. But for us to take responsibility for that with nothing ever formally in writing, I don't agree with that either. On this encroachment thing, people keep saying, well, people said, people told me this, people told me that. It's got to be more than just what people said.
Okay, tonight's agenda, we have on there flock cameras. What's your opinion on that?
We've totally surrendered our privacy to all of the internet, to whether it's Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever. So I think that we're underfunded probably for our police, and that any technology that we can use to benefit them, if you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law, whether somebody saw it with their eyes or whether they saw it with a camera.
I'm so impressed you knew Twitter and X. That's pretty good.
I got grandkids. X, formerly Twitter.
Kim was the first one, so thank you, Brent.
Okay.
Our next one will be John LaFrance. The first question will come from Ron.
The coin toss. Competitive.
Tell me, and I know you've introduced yourself a couple of times, and we know you pretty well, and we've talked offline, and I appreciate getting to know you, John. But tell me what really drives you to want to come onto the council. I'm sure you feel if you're on here, it's going to help you in the write-in. But beyond that, why do you want to be here?
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, but for some reason, even when I was in high school, I served on the Issaquah Youth City Council, and I also was the senior representative on our school board. And I think that's where the seed was planted for whatever reason. As a high schooler, I had a desire to get involved in my city. And I think I've seen the city I grew up in is a phenomenal example of a well-run city where everyone felt a part of the community, and I love that. Coming to Utah, I lived in Lehi on 2 different periods. I've seen the massive amount of growth that has existed there. I didn't ever really feel that sense of community, and then I've landed here in Highland. And as I see the growing demographics that are changing, as I see multi-generational housing, as I see the senior housing problem, et cetera, I just think community is so core. It doesn't matter what your religious beliefs are, your educational background, your job, all those things. City's the place that we get to come together. And when I think of my children, my oldest is turning 16 on Friday, and my youngest is turning 8 the week after that. And I want to raise my kids here, but I want to stay here much longer than that. And I want to be a part of solving the problems and not just being the person that's kind of causing them or complaining about them. So I don't know, I'm a team player in that way, but I think being able to impact the place in which I live is the best thing that I could do, so.
Wonderful. 30 seconds again. Just briefly, what are your thoughts about encroachment? How do we approach that? What thought process would you use to deal with encroachment?
Yeah, encroachment's a really tough one. One of the people that I've spoken to that has had encroachment issues, they thought it was something based on what the previous owner had told them and what the neighbors had told them. So it's a big issue, and I get that you can look at things in writing, but I think you have to listen to the story too, to a certain extent, and make the best judgment that you possibly can. So, yeah.
Hey, so since you've studied the general plan recently, I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. So one of the main elements, of course, is transportation. And specifically, one we'll be thinking about in the next little while is North County Boulevard. I know everything by it's the McDonald's Lone Peak Road, right? What do you think about that road, particularly the north section going into Alpine, which is often backed up? With your understanding of the general plan, what should be done there?
Something needs to be done, because I think that that's the scariest intersection that I've experienced in the city of Highland. And I think, I've mentioned this before, but with my daughter getting her license, going to Lone Peak High School and seeing that intersection, I just think something needs to be done. There's something with the arrows and the lights. So what the solution is to that, I'm not 100% certain. As it relates to transportation specifically, are you talking about roads? Are you talking about public transport or trails, things of that nature?
Yeah, no, I was mostly just talking about the roads. Let me ask you another question about that. So when we're talking about this, something that needs to be done, what if the option is to need to acquire people's land who live on that intersection? How do you make that kind of decision?
Ooh, that's hard, right? Where that's their home, they've been there for a very long time. It's one of the issues of a growing city, I think, that needs to be resolved. And so it's carefully weighing out the overall safety of the community and the wellness of the entire community versus the property that is there. I think it needs to be done very thoughtfully, obviously, but with the increase in traffic and with where that's located, it is the most dangerous part. And so we have to think of any creative solution possible other than encroaching in it. But if it has to happen in order for safety to continue, then I think the hard decisions need to be on the table.
So with your study of the general plan, what do you picture happening in what we call Longhorn Field down there on one kind of last parcel?
I mean, I think, as it's been said, that senior housing is definitely a really viable option there. One of the things in the general plan, though, that could be in the Longhorn property, but it could be anywhere. I think that we're a little myopic in where we've been this bedroom community that I think appeals to a certain segment of a population. I would hope we could get creative solutions to get younger and older. I think community's better when we have diversity of age and demographics.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, John, I've been on the council a while, and in the last 2 years, I've heard more complaints about traffic issues. I mean, we've just kind of touched upon that again, but speeding in particular. And as the population has grown, since I've been here, I mentioned before, the population has quadrupled. There's a lot more traffic, and there's a tendency for people to drive just as fast as they can. So we just spent some months coming up with a toolbox, a traffic toolbox, which I think has some good tools in it that we can do. So in your opinion, what are the 3 things that you can think of that would help slow the traffic on some of our roads? Now, we've got residential roads, we've got main corridors and things, but what are 3 things overall that we could do as a city to help slow the traffic?
Yeah, I think obviously traffic studies are super important. You can talk about the population, but then it's how many cars at which times, et cetera, to be able to look at that. There's things you can do, from widening lanes, adding more lanes, things of that nature, speed bumps, the speed signals, et cetera. I'm just a big advocate too of education and awareness and getting the community involved in that and getting their feedback on that as well. But then it's the responsibility, I think, of the city to effectively communicate back to the citizens as to where the problem is and why the problem is there. I think most citizens in the city of Highland value the fact that Highland is the safest city in the state. I certainly do. I want to keep it that way. And so if I was aware of traffic problems and or crashes or accidents that are occurring at an intersection, and it is risking people's lives, children's lives, teenagers' lives, et cetera, who wouldn't want to get engaged in trying to figure out what that solution is? So I think you look at the toolbox, here's the tools that you can, you exhaust those resources, get input from the community, and you make the best decision that you possibly can to ensure safety stays at the forefront of our decision making into the future, even with the population growing.
Okay, thank you. What role does enforcement of the current laws that we have? What role does that play in your?
Law enforcement?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, it's a question for the budget as well, right, of how much money goes to that. I know that there's some shared services there with Alpine, for example. I think it's important. I think that they're doing their job, and maybe it's the millennial in me, but I think that we can leverage technology to help law enforcement do their job effectively. I don't know that that means increase in staff and numbers to do that, but I'd need to dive into the issue further to make the right decision.
John, mine comes in from a lot of conversations, and we hear tonight that you want to negotiate or mitigate, to find a happy medium.
Yep.
Can you tell me some decisions in the city where you'd say no, where you'd actually come up and not mitigate it, but it'll be a no?
I mean, I think I'm going to answer that more broadly in nature. Absolutely. After studying all of the facts, after listening to the voice of the people, after getting the data that's there and assessing, you have to say yes or you have to say no. So an example of an exact issue of where I'd have to say no, I don't know that I can come up with it off the top of my head, but can I say no? You betcha I can.
So give me an instance where you said no.
Within my life?
In personal life, like where you've had a hard, where you didn't mitigate it, but you said no.
Yeah, so I mean, I have implemented with my several businesses, we maybe know this, I love surveying people. I want to find out what their input is. And then from that, decisions have to be made. There's budget considerations that need to be made. There's revenue goals that need to be made. And so we have to do that sometimes. A lot of time it comes to employee health and wellness, what things need to be incorporated. Well, that could go on for endless days on the amount of benefits that we could include that make our lives really luxurious. And I care about the health of my employees, but the buck stops at some point. You got to weigh the whole thing out or the system breaks. And so, yeah, I've had to say no to proposals that have come forward because we've had other goals that need to be met immediately. That it's kind of like, there's a hole in the boat, we got to put our finger in first. Like, you have to do that. So there's lots of decisions that I've made, definitely with running businesses.
Okay, changing topics. You talked about you really studied the general plan.
Yeah.
Tell me some things you'd want to change in the general plan.
Yeah, I think the biggest one, and I mentioned it with Brittany, is I want more representation of the community at large. I just felt like when I read the document, I left it feeling a little bit empty, going, this is kind of myopic in nature. I just think that we have one demographic that's represented there. It mentions the senior population, but not much has been done since 2006. And for me, nothing's been mentioned about the youth and getting the youth involved, and I think that that's super important. When I talk about the graffiti problem, let's get the youth involved to get ideas for how we can solve that.
Hi, John. I know you're a write-in candidate. What are you doing to promote yourself and actively campaign as a write-in candidate?
Yeah, up until this point, I think I mentioned it to Mayor when I talked to him recently. It has been more about dialoguing with the people and finding out, is this a good use of my time, energy, and resources? And as I went to all of them and mentioned, like I had said, that I didn't win the first round of this, there was disappointment, but I was absolutely humbled at the reception that I got from people in their excitement of saying, I would support you as a write-in candidate. What can I do to help? And that was really pretty touching to me. And I thought, okay, I just didn't really realize like the impact in the short amount of time that I've been able to have where people have belief that I could do that. So that's been really amazing to me. And that's what I've done up until this point. And so I think this meeting is also information gathering. I've been able to hear from candidates that are there, both write-in and people that are on the ballot. I'm aware of two that are on the ballot that I have a lot of respect for. And so it's just weighing out all of those options and then making the best decision forward. And I've definitely assessed the whole game plan too, from a financial standpoint and how to do this in a tactful way. So I'm up for the challenge and kind of excited about it, but up until this point, it's been hearing the voice of the people and making sure that I wouldn't be doing this just for my own ego, but that I could actually be of service to the people.
What type of dialogue have you been having with people as you've talked to them about running for city council and filling that spot?
I mean, a ton of it has been a lot of the questions that you've asked. Why would you want to do that, right? But there's been a lot of dialogue about representation, certainly a younger demographic being represented in that conversation. We've talked a ton about the alcohol issue and talked a lot about senior housing just because of the nature of the people that are around my community. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, I just want to make sure. Okay, we're now going to do the first round of voting. And what my understanding is we want each council person to only put one name down.
Correct.
The mayor does not vote in the first round. If during the first round, one person gets 3 votes, are they then appointed to the city council?
Correct.
Okay, so is there any questions from the council on how this first round of voting is going to happen? So if the council chooses the same, 3 council members choose the same person, they're elected to the council.
Correct.
If it comes in as, we're going to say all 4 put down 1, 1, 1, 1, then you'll ask the mayor to submit a vote?
No, not in that case.
If it's 1, 1, 1, 1.
Only if it's a tie, right?
Correct. If we have, say, 2 council members vote for one person, 2 council members vote for a different person, we'll ask the mayor to submit a vote. If you then pick one of those 2, that'll be the end. If you don't, we'll do a final round of voting between those final 2. If we have 4 candidates, each of which got 1 vote, we'll do 2 coin flips and narrow it down to 2 candidates and have a second round of voting.
So just understanding that, the mayor then has the deciding vote?
The mayor will break a tie if there is a final tie between 2 and 2.
If the vote comes 2 and 2, Ron, then the mayor will break the tie.
Yeah, and I know that works for other issues on the council. It doesn't register as well for me on something like this where the council is but you are a member of the council. That is correct.
Yes.
I take that back.
Yes.
Stand corrected. Thank
We
you.
have great respect for you.
Okay, do we have everyone's vote in? Okay. We're not laughing. This is a big decision. Yeah, we'll tell it.
Mayor and council, looks like we're going to be doing a coin toss today. The 2 people who will be participating in the coin toss will be Brent Wallace and Liz Rice.
Oh, God.
Oops, I shouldn't be marking these.
Heads will be Brent Wallace, tails will be Liz Rice.
Come on, Brett.
So one candidate did get 2 votes. Okay.
So I'm heads.
No, after this, we'll find out. Okay, this is a coin toss. Tell us the heads again.
Heads is Brent. Tails.
So who goes forward? Liz Rice?
Liz. The other candidate will be John LaFront.
Okay, so now we will have John LaFront's a vote between John and Liz, or do we have another round of questioning?
Nope, just one more vote, that's it.
Okay, so council, you have a second ballot.
We'll be printing a new ballot with just those two
Okay,
names.
so this will be between Liz Rice and John LaFrance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We got to do a coin flip again.
Well, it's the way it has to be done, but,
Why they're printing that, if you weren't here about, on the 12th, we had a coin flip that also made the decision that coin flip was between John LaFrance and Ron Campbell. Ron won, then went into the final round, and Ron was chosen. And so here we have another coin flip. It's interesting that we end up with a coin flip again. So. I know, guys, you're the one that voted, I'm not.
It seems so unlikely, but it happened now, 2 out of 2.
It's funny we need ballots when we have 2 writing candidates.
I'll say it again.
I'm just saying, it's funny we need a ballot when we have 2 candidates who are going to be write-ins. So we could just navigate that.
So of the candidates, now just so everyone's aware, I don't know if everyone's heard, but on October 26th, we are going to be having a candidate debate. Those who are write-ins are also, it will be, we'll have Kim Rodella, Brittany Bills, Doug Courtney, we'll have Wes Warren, John LaFrance, and Elizabeth Rice that will be there at the candidate debate, and that will be on the 26th of October. We are expecting the ballots to come out for the voting that week, about the 30th of October. You'll receive a ballot in the mail. They are due back in by November 21st. So just if you're wondering, it's not the first week, that first Tuesday, because of the special election, that the governor's changed it to the 21st of November.
Then it takes them 3 weeks to count the ballots.
So this vote is now down. I do not vote, though, at this one unless there's a tie, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one vote is now between John LaFrance and Liz Rice.
Sorry.
And we'll see if we have a new council member. If it's tied, then the mayor will break the tie.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, we have a new council member, John LaFrance.
Congratulations, John. Now, let me ask you on the swearing in of John, will we do it right now, and then we'll take a break. So, John, if you'll please come forward. I don't know, and we will have you sworn in by our city recorder, and then you will join us. What will happen after swearing in, we'll take about a 10-minute break, just so, and then we will ask John to come up here and sit beside of Kim here, and you will participate in we'll start our city council meeting. It'll be about 8:30, I guesstimate, so.
Thank you.
I'll just have you speak right into that.
Okay.
If you'll please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, John LaFrance,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and that I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. John will be serving now until January 2024, when we will be swearing in the new candidates, the 3 new candidates that will win at the election. So we will now take a break. How about we do it at 8:25, just so we can kind of get going? We want to get up.
Mayor, I'd like to thank everyone that
yes.
applied and went through the process again. It's hard to get up here and answer questions when you're on the hot seat or So we really appreciate everyone applying.
And we would encourage you to get involved. There are going to be some openings on Planning Commission. We have our Arts Council, I think you've already mentioned, Angela, you kind of joined with. We will have our Parks Committee. We'll be forming 2 or 3 new committees in January also. So thank you. We've selected a new council member. We'd want to welcome John LaFrance as our new council member here. Appreciate him being willing to serve the community. We will begin our meeting by having an invocation by Councilmember Brittany Bills. Following, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're very grateful for the opportunity we have to be gathered tonight as residents of Highland, and pray that as we go throughout tonight's business that we will have thy Spirit to be with us, that we will be able to make good decisions and have good conversation with each other, and always treat each other with kindness and the members of our community with kindness as well. And we ask for thy blessing to be with us and with our public safety officers especially. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Please stand with me. Repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I will just say, I don't know if you've been reading the news that's happened today. There's been a lot of, when I looked at the flag today, I was going, there's a lot of commotion going on in the nation right now. And I appreciate those who are standing up and willing to serve and help us develop and make our community better. So with that, we will have, at the very first, we have time scheduled for unscheduled public appearances.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Could you have John pronounce his last name?
Oh yeah, John, make sure we're saying your last name correct.
LaFront.
LaFront? Not LaFrance, LaFront.
Like Rembrandt.
It's a silent D, is that right?
It's a subtle D, like
A
Rembrandt.
subtle
the
D.
artist, yeah.
LaFront.
It's Dutch.
Okay. We also noticed online, we do not have Erin Wells with us here in person. She is at a special city administrator conference. Our city administrator, Erin Wells, is online. Can you hear us okay, Erin?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we appreciate our city administrator, Erin Wells, joining us also. So once again, at this time, we have time set apart for unscheduled public appearances. If anyone here would like to come up and address the council on any items, we just ask that you state your name, and if you'll please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to come up and address the city council on any topic? Please come up.
I thought more people would be coming to talk. Okay, so I actually have some questions about the Highland Mains project.
Okay, can you please state your name?
Oh, sorry. Jen Ashcraft. So I'll just say right at the beginning, I think it's a good idea. I think we need to improve the class, if you will, of what we offer here in Highland City. I don't think we need any more drive-throughs or cookie shops or quick serve things. I think something nice would be a good draw for Alpine, Cedar Hills, Highland, Lehigh. And so my first question is, and I'll just ask all my questions since I only have 3 minutes, and I know you guys probably need that time to answer me. Is there a potential tax reduction to the residents from the tax revenues associated with Highland Mains? And the reason I ask is because I'm saying, don't you guys realize that get more business in here, this is going to help us financially, instead of us paying so much. I want to make sure I'm correct when I say that to people. Secondly, I'm really curious as to where each of you stand in regards to, do you want to have the Highland Mains, the nicer project, or are you more for the original development that was approved? And then aside from the survey that's been sent out and the public meeting last month, is there anything else being done to kind of get the word out? And the reason I ask is because I'm guilty of this. I'm a busy mom of 7 kids. If I get a survey in the mail, unless I have a really vested interest in it, I may not take time to fill out a survey. I know there's limited ways to do that. Something that's quick and short, like a text, I'm much more likely to respond to that. And so I'm just wondering, because if you send out a survey, the people who will take time to fill out that survey, especially if it's long and detailed, are people who have a lot of time on their hands, which is a very limited demographic. So those are my 3 main questions, and I can repeat them if you need them.
Okay, I appreciate it. Are you done with your public comment?
Yes, do you want me to wait for the answers, or do you
No,
tell
so
me?
traditionally during public comment, this is not for us to come. What I'd recommend is you email the council your questions, and the council members that want to answer your question, they can. This is not an item on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
And so this is not, it's not a dialogue for us to have with you, it's your public comment.
Got it.
And so with that, I would recommend, though, like if you have questions for each of the council members, email them. A lot of them are really pretty good about trying to answer, and they can answer and have a dialogue that way with you, or you're welcome to give them a call. If, I think the question on, where you asked about advertising, I know that we have our communications specialist here, and we have some other things. We'll probably be discussing that a little bit more in our agenda. It is one of our agenda items is about the survey and some things that way. So if you wanted to stay on, you'd probably listen a little bit more about how that might come about.
Okay, and so otherwise, email the individual council members, and that's just on the website?
If you'll just send it to council@highlandcity.org, it will go to every council member.
Okay, and then based on who replies,
And then and you could ask your specific questions. They can reply back what what the answers might be. Or you're welcome to give them a call if you want to have a dialogue.
Okay, cool. Okay. And then, I'm sorry, well, I guess I'll ask the other question later then. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to come up during public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the time at this time for public comment. We'll move on to item number 2. We only have one consent item, which is the approval of the meeting minutes from August 15th.
Mayor, I move the Highland City Council approve the minutes from that date.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Scott, second by Brittany. We have electronic voting up, and John probably can't do electronic voting. So we will go through a voice call on this. We'll start down here with you, Ron.
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
It's kind of like John is going, hold on, that wasn't even me, I was participating. So, okay, that passes 5-0. Our next item is an action item, is the Cemetery Maintenance Building Construction Award. Discussion will be had by Andy Spencer.
So, Mayor and Council, you'll recall, we talked about this about a month ago, and at that time, the council said, why don't you bring us back a few choices relative to what it would cost if we wanted to add a concrete floor to the building, if we want to do a little bit bigger building. And so we're going to go through kind of what the research and the bids that we gathered and kind of what we started with. But where we are right now is that in the fiscal year 24, there is $48,000 approved. And the intent of that and the budget was to provide some shelter, if you will, for some of our new equipment. We've got a new cemetery small dump truck that hauls all the soil, and then we have a new skid steer that we bought specifically for the cemetery, and we expect those to last a long time, but they're going to last a lot longer if we get them interior rather than out in the elements. The sun, as we all know, is hard on hoses and things on equipment, and the other part of that is we would very much like to clean up the aesthetics of what we have, which is kind of the storage area of the cemetery. Next slide. So where we are at looking is when the cemetery was laid out, the southeast corner was designated as a maintenance building area. This area is where there were utility stubs placed. I don't know, in a resident call that I was asked, well, why was this area picked? I really don't know why this area was picked, but this was the area that was designated for the maintenance building. And so this is the area that we're looking at for the building. Next slide. Just a quick reminder of what we have there right now. This photo was taken a month or so ago, and since that time, you'll see in the next slide that our guys did a little bit of cleanup and made things a little more orderly. But what we have that we store outside, we have the excavator that we dig the graves with. We have the, like I said, the small dump truck that we gather the soils with, and both when it's excavated and then take the soils back to the graves. And then we have the skid steer that we use to access the graves that the truck can't access. We also have a storage container. It does have a portable toilet by it for the public to use who are at a funeral and have a need. And then we do have a garbage dumpster that the garbage company comes and gathers for us. And then we have outside several things. When we dig a grave, we put plywood over it to cover the grave until the burial happens. And so typically the graves are dug the day before or a day or two before, and then we cover them up so that they're all ready for when the funeral happens. And then we cover those with plywood, and then we also put those dimply looking mats or what we put in the winter or wet conditions to try and limit the damage to the cemetery. And you'll notice we have quite a few of those because it takes quite a few to make a path, if you will, to the graves. The other consideration we have is when the arm is up on the excavator. It is a small excavator, but when the arm is up, it is a little bit over 12 feet. So it's 12 foot 5 inches when the arm is perfectly vertical. Now, we can try and pull into whatever building we have with the arm down, and 99 out of 100 times it's going to work just fine. But we do need to be conscious of the one time that somebody's not paying attention and pulls into the building with the arm up. And so the reason we took the picture is because part of what we'll be talking about is the height of the building, and that arm has a lot to do with what we're talking about as far as height of the structure, and because it's the height of the doors that you have to get through. So we go to the next slide. So when we originally started, we thought, we'll bring in another storage container and we'll put a roof over them, and that'll be just dandy. And then when budget was approved, we took a look and said, I don't know if that's really projecting the image that we want to project at the cemetery, and that's probably not the right look for what we want to do at the cemetery. So we kind of backed up and said, okay, well, what can we get for the allocated budget, which is a little nicer looking? And so the concept we bring forward for you tonight is basically a garage structure. It's a basic garage structure. It wouldn't have the side windows like this does, but it would have a couple doors and a small a man door or a walk-in door. We would have the option to pick the colors, so it doesn't have to be red. It can be, a lot of our buildings have a green roof and kind of a sand like finish, a taupe finish. Next slide. So if we look at kind of our architectural options and costs, I put this in terms of, if you ever look at going out to eat, a lot of times the websites and Yelp and some of the others will give you it in terms of dollar signs, relative dollar signs. So our storage container option was probably the cheapest, but obviously kind of not the most aesthetic. The garage style building that we're looking at now is kind of in the middle. It's, it's more expensive, but it's attainable within what we have in the budget. Something that's a little more kind of traditional agricultural look of a barn. Maybe you've seen different barns with cupolas, or sometimes we call them clear stories, where they have kind of the raised section in the middle. That would be another step more expensive. And then something that's very customized and municipal building, if you go back to kind of our discussions on the Parks building, for example, is going to be the next level of expense. So right now we're just looking at step 2, if you will, because it's still attainable within what's been budgeted. Next slide, Brooklyn. In order to get neighborhood feedback, because we recognize that not only does this affect the entire citizenry, those that will use the cemetery, but probably most directly affects those that are adjacent and will be looking at the building. And so we did distribute to the homes that are directly adjacent or would have a view of this building, this flyer. Can you go to the next slide? We did receive a comment from one resident. They were one of the residents that live right south of this location. And what their request was is that this area is kind of on a rise. If you go out there, this pad sits a little bit higher. Their request was that we consider keeping the building as short as possible. And to help attain that we essentially dig out that area or recess the building in a little bit so that it would make it have the net effect of making it lower. And I talked about the height on the excavator. One of the big concerns for me and our team, the Public Works team, as we looked at this was the height, because we know that has a definite effect on those that are adjacent to properties, and that's why we measured that arm on the excavator, because what controls the height of the building is the height of the doors. So what we're looking at tonight has a 14-foot door, and that's a typical commercial door. If you want to know the height of that, all the doors that are at our Public Works building are all 14-foot doors. And I was hopeful that the arm on the excavator would have actually been shorter, so we could do shorter doors there, because we don't have a need to bring in extremely large equipment. You know that the equipment is actually relatively small as far as Public Works equipment goes, so we certainly would have the option to do smaller doors. We just run the risk that when somebody's not paying attention, they attempt to drive the excavator in with the arm up. So right now what we're looking at is a roof height that's somewhere between 21 to 24 feet tall to the peak. That would mean that we're putting in 14-foot doors, and that means we have 16 foot at the eaves of the building, and then the roof slopes a little bit, which gives you the 21 to 24 foot height of roof, depending on what exact size of building we pick. So if you go with 2 foot smaller doors, the building gets 2 foot shorter. If you go with sinking, the building into the ground a little bit, however much we decide to sink it in the ground, the building gets that much shorter. On the staff side, we very much think it's a good idea to proceed with some type of building here, because we've spent a lot of money equipping the cemetery, and we're trying to get better and better all the time. We've had a lot of resident outreach and compliments, and we've had some saying, gosh, I wish you'd do less damage in the winter, or those type of things. And we've bought additional mats, and we've bought the additional equipment. Now we feel like we need to take care of it, number one, and I do think that we could use to kind of clean this area up a little bit. It's a little bit, at times, messy. We do our best with the resources we have, but it does get a little messy, and so it would be nice to have that equipment inside and have it look cleaner and neater, and also take care of the equipment. So can you go to the next slide? So what we've brought for you is, if we go back to our budget, we have $48,000 in the budget. So if we go with one of these buildings, and these are basically pole barns. If you know what pole barns are, they're just a basic, fairly inexpensive pole barn structure. They're not big, fancy footings, but if we go with a basic 30-foot wide by 40-foot deep building with no floor, no concrete floor, we can keep in the budget. That's $47,000. If we go with a 34 by 40-foot building, but add the concrete floor, we go about $8,000 over budget, and that's $56,000. And then if we go with what the staff's recommending, in that we, since September 5th, we took a look at, okay, exactly what equipment do we need to store in there. One day it would be nice to have a small sexton's office in there, so that if people have questions, they can pull them out of the weather, bring them in there. Also, it'd be nice to have a staff bathroom, and I don't know if we'd ever want to look at a public bathroom. I don't know. There's a lot of decisions there, but the 30 by 40 buildings just basically accommodate the equipment. They don't leave a whole lot of room for anything else in there, and so the 40 by 40 gives us a little bit of extra flexibility for the future to have, in a future budget year, add some additional facilities there. Initially, this building won't have any power, but in a long-term sense, we would foresee that, ultimately we'd like to have a little bit of outside lighting there around the building, fairly, we don't want to blast everybody out with light, but it's a secure thing to have a little bit of lighting, and ultimately we'd like to have, the ability to have the utilities in the building, to have it heated at times in the winter, and also, to have the ability to have a bathroom and the other facilities for the staff and potentially the public. So our recommendation on the staff side would be to go with the 40 by 40, but we do recognize that that's $20,000 over budget, and I will note that none of those items have the 10% contingency that we usually put on a construction project. So it's potentially more like $25,000 over budget if we went with the 40 by 40 and the floor. And certainly we go with the 40 by 40 without the floor. We tried to limit the number of options we were giving, but that's a possibility too. It is possible to add a floor later. It's just a little more expensive. You pay for some additional pumping, and it's a little more complex, but that is possible. So with that, I'd welcome your questions, and love to try and work together to find a solution. We're very, very sensitive to finding something that works well for the city, that improves the aesthetics, improves the care of the cemetery, and is a complement to the neighborhood and not a detriment for those that live adjacent to it. The cemetery is a very special place in the city, and we want to get this decision right. So look to you for your comments or questions on the subject motion or suggested motion. There's a lot of blanks there because you kind of have to fill in the blank with the option that you like, if you will.
So Andy, the option that you like, are you leaning towards option number 3? 10 years down the road, would you do option number 3? Is that the right one for long-term planning?
That's the right one for long-term planning.
Okay.
The question, Tyler, funding-wise, we only have $48,000. If we went with number 3, an extra $20,000, where do we get it?
Either from net revenue coming into the cemetery or fund balance, which there is.
So does the cemetery have extra funds to be able to check into this?
It does.
They do.
Okay.
How much extra funds they have?
I'll pull that up for you.
Okay. Now tell me about the life of the building. What life expectancy do you expect? You say a pole barn, is that wood?
This one that we've gotten price for both the wood style and the metal beams, metal support structures. This one is metal. They were actually very comparable in pricing, and our staff liked the metal one a little bit better.
I would think the metal one. In 1972, I built a metal building on city property, by the way. It was a school district for a sheltered workshop for people with disabilities, Central Utah Enterprises. They just did their 50th anniversary, and they're still in that building, and that building's nowhere close to having to be torn down. So do you see this building being built that could last up to that length of time?
These pole barns that we're talking about are a lighter gauge metal. So what you may have built was a pre-engineered metal structure.
It was.
With the larger beams, larger steel, a little
they were
thicker.
Massive beams.
Little bit thicker. These are a lighter gauge, and that's why they're a lot.
So what is the life expectancy?
Yeah, and I don't know the exact life expectancy on it, but I'm doubtful you'd get 50 years out of it. I think you'd probably get 20 to 30 years, probably 30 is reasonable, but, and I don't want to say that anybody would ever do damage to a building intentionally. Just things happen. Things get leaned against the walls, things, and they are a little bit lighter gauge building. If you want a heavy gauge building, we'll be looking at some of those other options with the more dollar signs by them.
So I guess where I'm really headed with this is this a stopgap measure, or do you see yourself coming to the council 20 years from now, 25 years from now, let's say, let's put a nice brick building up there, let's get it up to date, let's get it looking nicer for the community? Or is this something that you see being a long-term solution?
I think your first description of this is this building. I think this is a stopgap measure. I think long-term, the city is going to be looking at something that's a little more architecturally ornate. Also, something, I think long-term, you know, it would be a nice thing to have a public bathroom there and to have some facilities there and to you know, have a public interface there. You know, the sexton's office that we're talking about is a little more rudimentary in there, but it's out of the weather, right? It's certainly a step up from what we have right now. What we have right now is a storage container with a garage door cut into the side.
Yeah, that's a 40-foot shipping container.
Yeah.
Did we own that, or did we lease it?
That's ours.
Which we outlawed in the rest of the city.
Right. Andy, I'm in favor of this, and I'm in favor of using money from the cemetery fund to buy the more expensive one. I understand it's a stopgap, but we're already doing the park maintenance building, and I don't think we have a lot of extra money for this right now. So I'm in favor of this, the larger one with the concrete floor. I do think that Scott and Kim have to choose the color together.
Won't happen.
Purple. That won't happen.
One of my comments is that, you know, you mentioned the neighbors by it about trying to sink it down. I think we got to make sure it functions good for the city. However, with the metal building, I keep wondering, hey, in that subdivision that is to the south, could they go put in their CC&Rs? Could they put a metal building in their subdivision? Some can, some cannot. My recommendation is we probably, I don't know what your plan is landscaping wise, we probably, once we get this in, we need to also look at landscaping, putting some type of a curb appeal, if it be some trees to help, you know, so it's not, you know, depending on how you're doing your landscaping, to try to soften. It's a metal building. We traditionally do not allow metal buildings to be built in Highland, so we have to, I think, be sensitive here what we're doing. And I think landscaping can kind of help soften that. But I think we have to look. We're going to have to spend some landscaping to be able to do that.
I agree, Mayor. I think that, and that's why I said, to me, this is a very important decision to get right. And like I said, I think Brittany hit on it. If we had all the money in the world, so to speak, if we weren't working on the parks building, if we weren't trying to finish Mountain Ridge Park, if we weren't trying to accomplish all these other significant tasks, I think we might be back looking at one of the options that had more dollar signs by it. But for the interim and for the foreseeable future, this appears to be maybe the best way to meet our need until we can do something that's a little more ornate or a little more long-term. But that being said, I do agree with you that we can come back, we can put some additional trees, we can do what we can to screen it. I think that, you know, some tones that are a little more subtle and aren't quite as glaring would be a good selection as well.
So I'd like to ask a couple questions here. You know, I think this is a good compromise solution because I agree with Councilwoman Bills about we've got a lot of other pressing needs. The park maintenance building and certainly trying to find funding for that and finishing our park. But we've been kind of establishing kind of a Highland standard in a way of what our buildings look like. So for example, the Pheasant Hollow lift station, it's basically kind of a reddish kind of block brick, I think, and you have the metal green roof. You have the same thing up on the northeast corner of the Ridgeview development for your pump station. And we oftentimes have the black chain link fence around it. I guess my feeling is I would lean, and I'm sure those are far more expensive, unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunately. But I think I would lean towards more of a permanent solution and something consistent with what we've been doing throughout the rest of the city. Because one of my concerns is this is a metal building metal buildings you back up into, you hit them, you dent them, and it's in the cemetery. The cemetery is a gathering place. I mean, certainly I'll be voting from there 20 years from now. But at the same time, I think it's a place where everybody goes, and if they see something that doesn't look real nice, I think it detracts from the cemetery. So I'm not sure what the solution is because we don't have all the funds to do it, but I would like to see solutions in the future, kind of following kind of the standard we're already setting with these kind of nice reddish block buildings with the green roof because it says Highland. And so I'm having kind of a struggle with this because I think a metal building's never the best option when you're backing equipment in and out, and you've got people with various skills doing that, and it's in a very public site. Because it is, I mean, people, if you have a nice cemetery, it says a lot about your city. And so I would lean towards looking at a better option and a more permanent option personally, even though it's more expensive.
Okay, rest of council, we've heard from Councilmember Bills and Councilmember Smith.
I agree. My questions were directed about the same line that Scott's talking about.
Okay, so you agree more on that?
I agree that maybe we go back to the drawing board and do something that is more permanent.
But once again, we have to find the funding.
And I understand that, and I don't have all the knowledge that Brittany has, and I understand that. It's a cemetery. I'm going to be living there in 20 years, and I just don't know that a metal building fits. I drove up there, and what we have right now is not the best, obviously. It's just, it seems if we can invest just a little more, I don't know how much more, 30, 40,000, but if we could find it somewhere, it seems like a longer, you're spending 74,000. But if we spend 120, we have something that will last 75 years.
Andy, do you think that 120,000 would make a permanent building there?
No, I mean, I think if you really want to get to something that of the level that's comparable to what we've built in some of our other locations, you're probably looking at a couple $100,000 at least. And if you make it more architecturally ornate, you're going up from there, but just kind of a basic, what Scott's talked about, where it's a nice CMU building that's more of a permanent construction. I think you're probably spending a couple $100,000 for that basic structure there. We can certainly wait on all the utilities. That's what we're proposing here, and the staff's attempt in this case has been kind of, and you can appreciate this, to be conscious of the budget and try and find something that looked better than our 2 storage units, or our 2 shipping containers. You know, it sounded great when we were doing the budget. Oh yeah, let's try and cover this equipment, because man, we spent a lot of money. Because if you look at what we spent on the truck was $75,000. The little skid steer was another $70,000. We leased the Mini X, but do we buy a Mini X or to lease it next? So you've got a couple $100,000 of equipment sitting out there, and so it seemed like a great idea, and I still think it's a good idea to cover it, but then you really get to, okay, what's this going to look like, and then that gets a little more difficult. But you're also trying to say, well, but what can we afford? And so this was something that we looked at and said, well, this would get us through for a time period until it's time to make a change to something, the next step. But that's why I prefaced all this with, we want to get it right. So I'm not here to, sometimes we're here and we're like, hey, we need to make a decision because we need to move on, right? And we need to get this done. And that's my natural inclination, is just to want to tackle things and get them done. But at the same time, knowing the sensitivity of the cemetery, on the staff side, we're not opposed to getting it right either. It's just there's various versions of right. Is right living closer to the budget, or is right the longer term building? Is right something in between that everybody can feel good about, and we
So Andy, here's one of my concerns is, we've talked about the park maintenance building, so I've been, before I even came on the council 6 years ago, they were talking about a park maintenance building, where to get it. We still don't have it done. My only concern would be, okay, if we did the 67,000 or option number 3, are you talking getting it in before winter?
No, we'll probably get it in for spring. I mean, we'll start them. We'll start them as soon as we can, but then they'll build it through the winter. But I mean, we'll have it in this budget year.
So we'll have it done by this time next year.
Right.
I do agree with that. And I know Helene is here. She lives over by the cemetery. I've been surprised when I walk the cemetery to see the families gathering there. It is a special, they come for birthdays, they come for memories, they come and just sit there. There is emotions that happen there at the cemetery that are different than anywhere else in the community. I mean, I really respect the cemetery. With that, I recognize that we have a Connex building there currently, and I know we're heading into winter, where during the winter we somehow, and I understand it gets wet, and so when we bury, we've ripped up a lot of the area of the cemetery, and people are really frustrated because where their loved ones at, it's rutted. And so as we look at this, Tyler, I think you're going to have to help. Do we have, if we say we got to go to 200,000, do we have an extra 150, or are we going to have to be pulling it from other reserves? I mean, is this something that's going to have to be kicked down, or are we talking about this time next year versus getting something done? I guess that's my question.
Anticipate that we're still finalizing the closeout of fiscal 23, but I anticipate we'll be about $200,000 in the cemetery fund.
You think we'll have an extra 200,000?
Correct.
But is that for when you look at what we're supposed to be doing? Because that's supposed to be a long-term fund, and so you're saying we could have an extra 200.
Correct.
Would the extra 200 get the building done?
I think so, in the way that, and when I say would it get the building.
That's 200 in addition to the 48 that's there.
Yeah, and I didn't come in prepared with an exact estimate. I'm just giving you my hip shot, but I think that 200 could get us a basic building that mirrors the aesthetics of the
other buildings,
of the other pump houses that we've been building, and is just a shell. That'll get you a shell with some basic, the ability to then add more later.
And is there anything else in the cemetery that would need the 200,000 resources to go towards?
Hi there, following up on Councilmember Font's question, isn't that 200,000 what should be transferred to the general fund next year as far as the payback? So as much as what we would be doing is being finding an additional 200,000 in the general fund?
Yes. So the arrangement between the cemetery fund and then the general fund net revenue is transferred to the general fund to pay back that land acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
So this would delay payback to the general fund ultimately, yes.
Are we done paying though? I mean, I know there were payments due to the landowner that we've been making on an annual. Do we still have annual payments going to that landowner?
No. The purchase was financed and the landowner was received all their funds. So the only debt, if you will, is to the general fund.
To reimburse the general fund for what they put in.
Correct.
So let me make another comment. I know this is a financial thing. I know we need the building. My concern is a metal building to put big equipment in. And the problem is I've got a metal garage door that I've had to replace twice because people run into it and it looks awful. And so the question is what's the replacement cost if somebody, doesn't get it quite into gear and goes through the wall of the metal building or dents it way up? How long are you going to tolerate all the dents before you try to replace the building? So I'm just thinking a more permanent structure would be a better way to go, but I can't make that decision without having some sort of cost. We know it'll be a lot more expensive.
Right.
But,
I can certainly get you, come back with some budgetary costs, and I don't mind doing that. I think that, I'm just trying to get us, quote unquote, on the map.
And I appreciate that. But, the other thing in Highlands, we have tons of bad windstorms. And we get a lot of wind, and I'd just like to know how durable this metal building is going to be in a bad windstorm. Because sometimes we get winds, 60 miles an hour, and it knocks all the trees down and that. What's it going to do to a metal building? I'm just a little apprehensive about it. I know you're trying to follow the budget. I like the most durable option there. I just worry about a metal building with big equipment, wind, durability. I'd be surprised if you got 50 years out of it. I'd be surprised if you got 5 years out of it, to be honest. That's just my opinion, and I'm supposed to be a fiscal conservative, so I don't know. So that's a hard decision, yeah.
I agree with Councilmember Smith that we want it to be durable and last. I just would like us to be able to do it sooner rather than wait as long as it took, because it's not great there now. And so I just would like a solution that was, I mean, I can, yeah, reasonable. I can spend more. I don't want it to take 5 years.
So council, is the feeling you'd like to come back with more information on a stick frame building versus a metal? Is that the understanding?
Yeah.
Probably, if what I'm saying, if I clarify is that something that mirrors what we've been doing with our
With the pump stations.
which is a
Those buildings are
CMU
attractive.
building,
Yeah.
and that is going to take the quote-unquote beating, or however you want to say, a little better, but it's going to cost more.
A block building. I think the biggest concern is just the aesthetics of it and the permanent nature of it, those two things. And I can't help but think if we were to say to you, come back, you've got $150,000, what can you do with it? That you could come up with something that would be better than a metal building and what we have here. I don't know that we need to go all the way to 200,000. I hope that's not the only option. I'd like something in between. A 200,000 option, 150, 120, and this one. Does that make sense?
So what I'm hearing from the council, would you guys like to continue this action item for another time?
Yes.
I would move that we continue this.
So I have a motion by Scott. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second it.
Second from Ron. We will now go forth, and I'm going to start over here with you, John, on this is a vote to continue.
So vote to continue with instructions to the staff to look at some of these other options and prices, and to just kind of bring it back to council so we have a better idea. Because we're totally in support of a building, but at the same time, I'd like to look at something more durable and aesthetically pleasing.
Does staff understand what council is looking for?
Okay.
Yep. John, we're going to start with your vote. Yes or no?
To continue?
Yeah.
Yes. Motion to approve. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Scott?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Okay, the continuance is 5-0. Now move on to item number 4, which is fertilization purchase. Andy, that's also you.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the approved budget has $144,000 in funding for purchase of fertilizer. A couple things cause this to come for you, because this is not something you would normally see. Number one, we've got the fact that inflation has done what it's done the last couple of years, and so fertilizer is far more expensive than it was. And then also we eliminated the open space fund, and so now all of the fertilizer purchase, other than a little bit that goes to the cemetery and distributed to the cemetery, comes out of the one account. Aaron's ability to approve purchases is $25,000. And so this, and I don't know when that $25,000 was set. I assume it's been $25,000 for a long time is my guess. And, but this exceeded her ability to authorize, and so she was more comfortable if this came before the council. So it is kind of a standard business purchase, but that's why you've got it before you. And so what we're proposing to do is buy our fall fertilizer and our spring fertilizer, which is, we go to the next slide, Brooklyn, $72,000. So there's your suggested motion. Happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Andy, I have a question for you. This has been a question that's been asked of residents of mine. So for example, Mitchell Hollow Park, a lot of kids play soccer over there, but the grass is just so long that it's very hard for them to play soccer because essentially they can't see any divots, any holes, and they're prone to injuries. And so one of the soccer coaches asked me, why does the city fertilize so much and not cut the grass? And it's so incredibly long. Why can't they fertilize less?
That's a good question. So to back up, we cut all of our grass on the same length, right? And so the longer grass holds the heat more and takes the beating more, because we also, at times, as you know, have comments on why is this area brown, or why isn't this sprinkler working better? And so our mowers, they don't change the height of the mowers when they go to this area to this area. We mow it on a little bit longer so it handles the heat better. And certainly we could fertilize less, and that would be fine, but you would also then tend to see the grass not be quite as green. And it would tend to get a few more weeds, because your best defense against weeds, even though we do spray for weeds, is to have a healthy lawn. And so the fertilizer helps keep the lawns healthy, helps keep you with a little bit darker green, because you tend to see a little more yellow-green without fertilizer. So can we cut the ball fields lower? We could. It would take a change of methodology, meaning, we'd have to change the height of the mowers for those areas, and then they do take more water, and they're a little more sensitive to the heat variances when they're shorter. But I can appreciate what you're saying. I've had kids that played soccer myself and played football and the other things in the park, and the longer grass is annoying for soccer, because the ball doesn't roll as well, and then
Well, it's kind of back to the point where they now just go to other cities to play on their fields because their grass is shorter, and they don't want their kids getting injured, so.
But is this more of a mowing problem than a fertilizer problem?
I don't know.
Well, it's a mowing thing. But it's a complete maintenance thing, right?
Yeah.
Because you mow it a little shorter, then it doesn't handle the heat as quite as well. It takes a little more care with the water, right? It all comes down to ultimately, how much time do we have, with the staff to allocate to any one given area. And we follow your direction, and we'll gladly
So
follow your
Andy, are we
direction.
mowing every 7 days or every 10 days? Like if you're down at Mitchell Hollow Park, is that park area mowed every 7 or 10?
We attempt to get them done every 7. And that should be every 7. Obviously, the weather has a little bit to do with it. And then in the spring and fall, we're on very thin staff. So we've been doing pretty good at getting them done each week and having them on 7. But there is occasions where it goes a little longer, where we just don't have the staff to get to every piece of grass.
So how often when you're looking at this fertilization, is this a 6-time fertilization, or is this a 3 times? How many times?
He does it 3.
You're getting 3 times during the year?
They do spring, summer, and fall.
Okay. Where an average lawn, to be honest, I think I kind of try to schedule about 6 times, 5 to 6, I think, on my personal lawn.
Right. So what's recommended on lawns is between 5 to 6 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 square feet, or per 1,000 square foot per year. It's 5 to 6 pounds. I can't remember the unit, but so most people do it 6 times, and you put a little lighter. That's what fertilizing companies do, et cetera. So we put a little heavier 3 times a year, so that you can have that same rate. But it even takes us. It takes about a doing to fertilize all of our grass 3 times, if you will.
Is this chemical fertilizer or powder, or what?
Well, we do. So all of our fertilizer is granule. So we broadcast on granular, but we also do weed spray with broadleaf weed control. We spray the trees. We do pre-emergent weed spray in the islands. That's when you see the islands rock turn kind of orangey yellow a couple times a year. That's our pre-emergent weed spray. So we do put down, a fair amount of chemical weed treatment, and occasionally we do put insect treatment when we feel the grass is getting damaged by insects.
I'm asking because I spent 10 years on my lawn trying to fertilize it and weed control and everything myself. I finally went to Green Grounds, and it's never been better. I mean, it's unbelievable the job they do. They got rid of the crabgrass. It's amazing, but it's all spray. It's all liquid. So I don't know what the difference is. I just know the result that I'm getting from Green Grounds.
So a lot of your, the spray, where the spray is beneficial is on your weeds more than your fertilizer. The the weeds and the spray for like the pre-emergent, the crabgrass is pre-emergent spray, but you just tend to get a little more uniform coverage out of the product with the spray.
Yeah.
But
so have you looked into the possibility of converting from granular spray?
That would be, number one, a little bit difficult because of the conditions, meaning the granules. When you put a spray on anything, it's like putting a salt on it, so you got to put it in the right conditions for the heat, etc. But number two, it's just we would need some different equipment to spray.
Yeah, I'm sure
all of our
would be
parks. It's a big job just throwing the granules.
Okay.
So let me ask you, on your are you purchasing everything right now and storing it during the winter? Is this what you're approving now? Are you planning to go and buy bulk and store during the winter?
No, we'll have them bring us in the fall fertilizer, and then we'll have them bring us in the spring. Since this needed to come for council approval, we just decided to bring it one time for the fall and the spring, but he'll split the orders.
The reason why, I remember when we were with the snow plows, all of a sudden the very back of our maintenance building up there was just all fertilizer. And I'm going, we can't move the stupid fertilizer. We're trying to put everything in. We can't move our snow plows because we had so much fertilizer. I was just wondering if we're getting caught the same way.
Right. We're not going to bring in the spring fertilizer, but yeah, I mean, you're right. This is like, the fall fertilizer for our parks is a truckload. It's a semi-load worth of fertilizer. So it takes some significant area to store it, But you're absolutely right. No, but no, he'll split this and he'll have them just bring fall fertilizer. We'll put down the fall fertilizer. We'll button up for winter and get out of the way for the snow plows, and then we'll order the spring fertilizer in the spring and have it delivered then.
Okay. Council,
can I make a comment?
Yeah, and then let's see what we've got to vote here.
So, only can the city council debate fertilizer, but it's an important thing. But I was just thinking before we voted, and I basically support this, do you think we could work with Patterson's and all those Longhorn cattle and get some organic fertilizer? And I got that out with a straight face, okay.
That collected himself.
I'll make a motion if we're ready. I move that the City Council approve the purchase of fertilizer from Ewing Irrigation and Landscape Supply in the amount of $72,215 and authorize the city administrator to execute the necessary documents for the purchase.
I will second that.
Okay, motion by Kim, second by Scott. We will start with Kim on the vote.
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Brittany?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
That passes 5-0. We're now on to our first communication item. Communication items are just kind of give us up to date on different items. Our first one is the alcohol law. We'll have Brooklyn Weil, who's our communications specialist, cover about how we are communicating out about, I guess, the survey and everything about what is going on, correct?
Yes. Okay. So, that individual went out into the hallway. I was going to address her comment. Okay, but so the survey right now, I literally just checked during our little break that we took. They're online. We have 1,608 responses. And then our physical ones, I don't actually know. They're in a locked drawer. But as of 1 o'clock today, there was 180 of them. I will not be disclosing any of the results until the survey closes.
So did everyone just hear what she just said? And I'm going to respect this as hopefully the rest of the council. We're not to go and ask Brooklyn or any of the staff about the results of the survey until it's closed, and then we'll find out. Now the next thing is, and I've mentioned this, I'm just going to be very transparent with Aaron. We've got to be careful, and Aaron, I know you're listening. We've talked about this today. Front staff have individuals that bring in the surveys, and occasionally those individuals that walk in will share how they voted, and they'll share their opinion. I think we need to ask that front staff that we also don't try to talk to them to glean information out of them. Does that make sense? Because I noticed on Thursday, they're going like, hey, I had this person, there should. I'm going, okay, we've got to be a little more careful about this information coming in. So I don't have any information, meaning the only thing so let me ask you, the 1,608, Does that count the 180, or you're saying there'd be 180 on top of the 1608?
Yes, correct. Yes. And
I think that's awesome. Guys, we're getting a good response.
Could you guarantee us 3,000, please?
I will do my
Almost,
best.
we're going to get more than how many people voted in the election.
We-
Was that like 2,200?
Okay, and that's what we got to look as a council.
I think this is as hot an issue as I've seen in the 10 years I've lived in Highland.
It's a hot issue. Now, with that, let's kind of go through what your other things you need to discuss.
Okay.
About how we're going to try to get to the finish line. I think it's a
Yeah.
great goal to get 3,000. How can we get to that finish?
Okay, so the things we're doing right now is, the surveys have been out since last Wednesday, and right now we have that electronic sign out. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, so has everyone seen it? It's down here off 10,400 and 6,000 West.
Right, yes, and it's in a pretty good spot. I think they're supposed to be moving it tomorrow to a different spot. We haven't figured out that location yet. So we have the electronic sign, we have it in the newsletter, we've got it all over social media. We have it on Yopify and Everbridge. We've been announcing on there. We also have it on our website. So we have it on pretty much in every avenue that we possibly can. But another thing I wanted to talk about was possibly extending the deadline. So I will I'll take the fall for this, but I've been talking to Bart, the guy at Freedom, Freedom Printing. And we've been talking about the survey for months now. And I think it got lost in translation when I was emailing him. I was under the impression that he understood the certain things we wanted. I had talked to him in person about it, we had emailed about it, but in my final email to him about sending over the survey, I didn't include the detail about envelopes for people to bring or to mail their surveys back. Again, that's my fault. I just assumed he already knew because we had been talking about it so much. So those envelopes were not included, and I know Mayor has had a couple people, right, Mayor, saying, just complaining about there not being an envelope. I've had people complaining about there not being an envelope. So we told them, and I broadcasted this on social media, that, hey, since we forgot to include the envelopes, you can just send it back with your utility bill. But we realized that our survey closes on October 18th and utility bills are due on the 20th. So now we're wondering if we should extend the survey deadline to the 20th so that people who need those extra 2 days to send in their bills can also include their survey. So we just wanted your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah, as someone who mailed mine in, I was a little annoyed there wasn't a return envelope.
Yes.
And you haven't got mine yet. I know the city address, but I think a lot of people you could look on the survey and find an address, but if you were mailing it in, it didn't tell you what address to address your envelope to. That's kind of intrinsic. I knew how to do it, but I bet a lot of people weren't quite sure where to mail it to. So I think it'd be fine to extend it to the 20th because a lot of people can just slip it into their utility bill. It'd be a good reason for them to pay it on time.
Now, is it the 20th or 25th? Okay, when's the utility bills due?
I talked to Lorena and she said the 20th.
Oh, okay.
It's the deadline.
Okay, does everyone understand that in our survey, we put down that there would be an envelope included?
Yes.
We prefer for them to do it online, or we said they could go ahead and include it in the utility bill. And
Yes.
one of the problems is that
Or use that envelope, use the
So the
envelope.
problem is the utility bill's not due till the 20th.
Well, but there is in the utility bill, it's the exact same envelope.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I'm saying. So if they put the survey in the utility bill that's due on the 20th, we told them to put it in the utility bill.
Yeah.
That was just.
And I think that works fine.
But my recommendation, now the question is, are we going to keep online open until the 20th, or is it online closed on the 18th, and then we just have the mail only up until the 20th? Or do we keep everything the 18th, what we've said? And it's very plain in our, in the questionnaire that we says they're due on the 18th. Other than we said the bill is, that you can put it in the utility bill. That's what the issue is that we have to discuss.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm freezing.
Then say something.
Oh, no, it's a Diet
My recommendation would be to keep it all one area. So if you don't want to have it for a moment, we just need to do the same online.
I agree.
I'm sorry, what's Everett agreeing to?
Do it all on the same date, is
Just
what
like
she said.
the online survey also needs to
Online
be
and
extended
paper.
to the 20th as well.
Yeah, just have everything do the 20th, and you can announce that.
Yeah, that's pretty easy for me to just announce on social media and things like it's not. It's just a couple
Because there'll be a
days.
number of people right now that will turn it in late, so.
Yeah.
it gives you-
Council, we've told everyone the 18th. Are you okay if we're saying because utility bills, we found out they're doing on the 20th and we said they could put it in, we're extending the date to the 20th? Is there any angst about that?
No.
I move that we extend the date of the mail-in and the online survey from October 18th to October 20th.
Now, Rob, we have this just down as a communication. I don't think it's something we can vote on, correct? It doesn't.
We're done with the motions tonight.
Brooklyn?
Yeah.
The envelopes don't have postage paid, do they, right? You have to pay your
No, we have to
postage.
pay the
And I don't think the envelope we were going to put in the survey would have had postage either.
No.
So there's not. But
It's
and
just
that's
nice to have the
This
address.
is why we'll probably have some residents carry them in to make, when they're coming to pay. I've noticed we have, a lot of your older residents like to carry in their utility bill and pay it. And so I would imagine that's where you'll see a lot will come in when utility bills are due. They'll bring it in at that time.
Yeah, and most people have just been bringing them in.
I have a question for you.
There's no issue.
If somebody accidentally threw theirs away, or they had one of their kids throw it away, or they didn't realize what it was, what are their options? I mean, can they come and get another survey, or how does that work?
So I'm glad you brought this up. We have had people coming in or calling in or messaging or whatever, asking for lots of extra surveys. We had one resident in particular who asked for 6 extra. And in order to stop that from happening, we have been telling people, and we are continuing to tell them, and I put this on social media as well, that if you need an extra survey, you must physically come to City Hall to get one. If you live with someone who's over 18 and is disabled, you may leave with 1 extra survey for that individual, but no one person can leave with more than 2. And they can only take home an extra one if it's for someone with a disability.
So then if they fill out a survey and then come in and ask for an extra one, can they then fill out 2 surveys?
I mean, yeah.
I thought they were numbered.
They have unique ID numbers, but they're still
You're not, like,
anonymous.
checking to verify that
They're not address verified.
They're not linked to anyone's address. When people do come in though, we are checking them in Cassell to make sure that they are residents, but that's the extent of what we're able
So
to
one other thing, so like I have, me and my wife, and I have a son that's living with us. And I said, okay, what would probably be better is to have the son use the one with the number, my wife use the number, then I could come in person and say, hey, I'm the one that, the other 2 did it, and here I am in person, correct?
Yeah.
And that's one way they could do that, is the person that can come in person saying, this is how I use my other 2 votes, and I need 1 more.
Yeah, they have to physically be here to get their extra
The person that wants to
survey.
vote needs to be physically present, correct?
Yes.
Now, I say vote. It's a survey, guys. This is
yes.
not-
I was going to say, at some point, we have to recognize it's a survey, and we have to trust our residents to some extent.
And
It's a survey.
I just want to give you guys a little bit of like ease that I have a list of numbers that I can check to make sure that there isn't any fraudulent like activity going on, and I haven't seen anything yet. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell the future if that's going to happen, but as of right now, I've been checking numbers and I haven't seen anyone typing in fake numbers.
So we'll be able to do a scrub against the numbers to make sure if there's duplicates and something. I mean, that is something we can do, is we can scrub against it once everything's in to see if there's duplicate numbers, or if we're seeing some anomalies out there with numbers that we then issue out that are coming back in.
Yeah, we're going to put it through a system that will take out all the duplicates, all the fake ones. Like, we're going to make it as efficient and as safe as possible.
So is it just a case-by-case scenario? Because I think I maybe know the citizen that you're talking about, and she has 4 missionaries that are out, and she thinks that all of them need to be represented since they're citizens but serving somewhere else.
No, they have to physically come and get their
physically,
own
yeah.
survey. Yeah, you can't vote on behalf of somebody.
Right.
Or not vote, sorry. You cannot give feedback on behalf of somebody.
So does the council understand that if a family has a family member that's at college or out, if it be at military or on an LDS mission or whatever mission they might have, that they are not, I guess they could mail them the survey and they could I guess they could scan the number and say, here's the number for them to input, but they.
Do it online.
So the
Yeah.
interesting thing about that is those people can vote absentee.
Yeah. Anyway, this is
But
not
they
a vote.
can't, yeah, but it's
We
not
do
a
remember
vote.
this is a survey. I appreciate the vote, but this is where, we talked through and going, we do need to realize this is a survey.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me ask
But it's
you.
such an important issue that the
It is, everyone wants to have, like,
to vote.
I agree, because we went through all the scenarios, going, okay, we want to have, we were going to have magical addresses, and that was where we talked as a council, saying, okay, there's some, so let me just ask on some advertising, it's okay, your sign, the electronic sign does need to move around. A good spot might be, is on Timpanogos Highway, over by the cemetery. We do have a dirt field right there by the,
Yeah.
off it, that we can maybe sit in.
Yeah, so I have a question about that, though. I was talking to Joanne, and we weren't sure if we had to get permission from UDOT to do that.
It's on our property.
It is, oh, so like
I
by the,
guess that as long as we put it on property that we own and
Like
that UDOT
by the
does not own,
cemetery,
we can
okay.
put it there. But it has to be on the side of the property line that's ours.
and another, we considered that location. My concern with that is that it's kind of a high speed.
It is.
And I would worry they would just zoom right past it, because I mean, you've seen it. It has one slide and then the next one. So you kind of have to be going slow to see it. I mean, at least 40, 35. But
And it's going to be, and we can work through the areas. We just need to make sure it's moving through all of Highland.
Yeah, it's gonna move.
And I don't know if we can maybe rent a second one if the council feels it's that important. Now, the next one, are we going to send a flyer reminder out, like a little postcard reminder saying, hey, please remember the survey is due this date? I mean, that would be another reminder.
So I was thinking I would just use Yopify to do that, because it reaches all the residents. I think by text message, we can reach 67% of our residents. So I would rather just do that, but if you want me to do a postcard, I'm willing to make one and
So
send that.
Yopify is our new texting system, correct?
Yeah, well, just communication system in general, it's not just texting.
So do the citizens have to opt into those messages?
So
To receive
we got everyone's, if it's updated, whatever information they have in Cassell, we were able to import that to Yopify. And then when I text them, they have the opportunity to just,
opt
to
out.
say stop, and it'll automatically opt them out.
And since you're not selling anything, then it's fine.
Yeah.
to communicate.
But we're still doing Everbridge also, which is an email processor, right?
Yes, we are still using Everbridge, but I would love to get to a point where we're just using Yopify.
So I guess the question is, are residents getting the communication? How do we feel like we need to kind of finish this to the finish line? We need to go hand candy bars out at the grocery store.
I mean, it kind of feels like if we have 1,600, that's pretty good. It feels
We
like the
actually have
messages-
1800s.
1,800, it feels
Yeah.
like that's pretty good. I mean, I think continuing on social media and on the city website and Yopify, like all those things are good to continue, but I feel like it's getting out there.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree. I don't know how anybody misses it. I mean, I've not talked to anybody that hasn't mentioned the survey, literally. It's out there. It's a hot topic. I think we're seeing the results because it is a hot topic. People are interested. I think you've done a yeoman's job getting the word out.
Well, and the
I don't know
survey is
what you
simple.
could do any more than
And
what you're
it's
doing.
4 questions. You can actually answer one and be done, or you can answer all 4.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out real quick, just, it's a 2-minute survey, and there is a QR code to take it online. It should be we made it very, very simple for people to be able to take this, I mean, in under 2 minutes, and everyone has 2 minutes in the day to take it, so
Just-
it really shouldn't be that difficult.
Out of curiosity on the Yopify, if you were to send the message out notifying them that they have until the 20th as part of the communications, is it two-way messaging?
It is
So if they
two-way
ask a
messaging,
question, you can
yes.
answer. And
Yes.
if they didn't have it or they lost their survey and they still want to take it and they're communicating with you via Yopify, can you give them a link?
No, absolutely, I will not give anyone a link. No. I did have a gentleman who was elderly and said he had a hard time typing the URL into his browser, so I walked him through that on the phone. It still didn't work. I don't know what was going on, but I was able to take down his and his wife's unique ID number, verify that those do exist, and then I did give him, through his email, a link because he verified his unique ID. But I will not give that link out to anyone unless I verified that they are a resident here and that they have a unique ID number.
So could you potentially do that via text or no?
Absolutely, but not for this.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
As you can
yes.
see that this is a HOPS thing, and staff is trying to be very careful.
To avoid fraud.
To avoid.
Which I appreciate, but it's just, these are the scenarios that you're going to send it out on the Appify. You're going to get people that want that. So I'm just curious as to what the process is.
So when you
and what our
send,
response is.
so how many, when we send the little postcards, how many postcards we send out? 4,900, 5,200? Like how many houses are we sending this to?
I think we sent out, I think it was a little north of 5,000 last
Yeah,
time.
that's about 5,200, I think. About
Yeah.
21.
Yeah.
So of that, we could say we could get back 10,000. If we get back 3,000, that's almost a 30% return on a survey.
30% is my goal. 30%.
Man, let's keep getting the word out.
And I want a 30% spread. Could you make that happen, please?
Yeah.
I have a last question. How can we as a council be more helpful or supportive in helping you get the word out, or is there anything we can do? I mean, can I run around houses and pick them up? Like, how can we help?
I mean, that's a good question. Like, I have noticed that, I mean, I've noticed Kim sharing things on her Facebook. I think I know Ron is very active on sharing things. I think that's really helpful. I mean, just talking to people, honestly, like, I feel like we have exhausted, like, every single avenue that we have. I mean,
I have a Papa Bear costume that I could flip a sign around.
Yeah, no, honestly, yeah. Yeah, I guess
I mean, joke about it. People know it's going to get surveyed.
Get a duck costume.
Yeah, just be as vocal about it as you can, and everywhere you go, church, school, wherever, just be vocal about it.
Okay.
Let us know how we can help.
Now,
I for sure will. Thank you, though.
We have. I'm going to move item number. So this is item number A. Item number F is resident survey that Aaron was going to go through. Is there anything that you need to bring up about that? I assume this resident survey is dealing with the alcohol survey. Is that correct?
No, this was for our annual resident
Okay.
survey.
Then we'll keep that down there below. Is there any? Now I'm going to be very open. I think the residents have been, as there have been very many questions about the flyer we send out being clear. I thought, I've been getting good feedback that people felt like it was informative and they got the information they needed. I know there's some questions that maybe some have, they could maybe email in, or I think there's been some on Facebook that people are asking questions on. Are you getting questions coming back that we did not think of in that survey that we need to be aware they're asking?
I have not actually heard or seen anything negative, but I have heard and seen lots of positive things. People said that the information we provided was thorough and that in some cases it helped them change their perspective. So I think what Erin did, thank you, Erin, I think she did a tremendous job.
Erin did a great job. I appreciate that. You know, the one thing I was going to go put on Facebook was about what is a limited restaurant, like limited alcohol versus full service. Then I went and I read our flyer and I go, well, it actually pretty well stated it.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't know what else I could add that was already there. So I think that was a good job. Anything else on the alcohol issue or survey that the council needs to discuss?
Just thank you for your diligence and for protecting, all the protections you're putting in place is really appreciated. So thank you, Brooke.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. Our next item will be item number B, which is financial reports. That will be Tyler Barr.
Tyler, I'm so excited for this. I've been waiting months until you weren't put off.
Traditionally, we've had long meetings, and this keeps getting pushed off and pushed off. I think we need to go through some financial aspects.
What?
Thank you for your enthusiasm. I am equally thrilled to get the opportunity to speak with you. As you're passing out those items, little pop quiz for you, for those that may have read the information we emailed out last week, the same information here. What do you think is the highest amount paid out in any one payment during the month of August?
What was the highest payment paid out when on this new sheet?
Correct, in the month of August.
How about a bond payment?
Nope.
Playground.
I would either go with Kim that we paid something for the park, or maybe there's something with public safety.
You're right.
Last time it was the park.
And once again, it is the park. Yes. $475,000 there for Mountain Ridge Park. So good to be with you this evening. We'll see if the clicker works, and it does. So the statements you have in front of you represent the first 2 months of the fiscal year, 17% of fiscal year 24. A few observations, and this is the same information that was conveyed via email here last week. We are seeing substantial interest earnings due to higher interest rates. So here, 2 months into the fiscal year, we've received about 2/3 of what we anticipated for the full year. Certainly keeping an eye on interest and what that's doing. Mid-year, there might be an opportunity for a budget adjustment there if trends are still strong. That's the same trend that we're seeing in other funds other than the general fund. Open space expenses have been moved to the general fund, consistent with the budget adjustments the council approved prior. There is a credit showing in the expense account, one of the expense accounts for open space due to an item that was going to be paid. It was voided out, but will be paid out here in a couple of months. Looking at sales tax, you recall our budget this year is $3.9 million. In August, we realized $387,000 approximately. So that means for fiscal year 23, and August is the last month that applies to fiscal year 23 for sales tax. We ended at just over $3.9 million, $3,937,000. So last August, by comparison, that 386 compares to the 374 last year. And year over year, we saw an increase of about 7.5%. A little better than what economists were projecting earlier in the year for the state of Utah. Rolling 12-month, of course, would be the same as the total for the fiscal year.
Do you know how we're doing compared to other cities? Because we kept hearing from the League of Cities that they were going to be like at 2 to 3%. Here we're hitting 7.5%. Do we have any idea what other cities have been coming in at?
There's some variance, but most are coming in stronger than what the economists anticipated.
They would have to be, because 75% of our sales tax comes from shared sales tax from the other cities.
Right.
So that's the question I was going to ask. So our sales tax, how much of it do we generate and how much of it is from this shared? And what is the shared? It's not the Mountain Lands Association of Governments. It's, what is it?
State pool.
State pool.
It's a state pool.
So
and we get that based on population, or how do we get that? Okay.
So of sales tax that's collected, 50% stays in the city, and then 50% goes to that pool. Ultimately, we receive about 75% of our overall sales tax revenue from that pool.
So we have a net gain.
Correct.
And we have done for several years.
Well, and if you look, so just to help, 2009 was before the Wayfair law on the internet. And so you can see when they passed that, how much the state as well as the city is starting to generate because of the Wayfair law, where they're taxing the internet, like such as Amazon or anything online.
So what percentage is that, real quick? How much do we generate of the total sales tax revenue? How much does Highland generate itself without the shared fund?
If it's 4 million, we'd be generating $1 million, and we'd get $3 million shared.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. This is just a brief representation of the last 2 decades plus in sales tax trends. Obviously, there's going to be some up and down there from time to time. So particularly keeping an eye on what we saw about 20 years ago, and then again in the recession there beginning in 2008. As you'll recall, we had initially targeted a projection of about $4 million in consultation with the mayor, and council ultimately approved, reducing the budget to 3.9 for that very reason, just to be mindful of shifts that could occur in the future. Any questions on sales tax? Great. We also wanted to give you an update here with regard to building and development. These are activities that have long been part of the city's general fund, and revenue, as you would expect, is irregular. Some years is up, and some years are down, and even throughout the year, you'll see spurts there. Timing of expenses aren't tied to when we receive the revenue. We'll get building permits pulled, and that's when the fees are collected, but the actual expenses, particularly inspections and staff time, may continue for a number of years until a property is completed. A little background here, the Office of the State Auditor issued a requirement at the end of fiscal 22, comprised of two elements. One, some reporting, which Highland City was immediately compliant. As we've talked with some of my colleagues, there are cities that still kind of hold out on that.
Is that because the state auditor lives here or something? I don't know.
We just like to do things on the up and up. Yeah.
Good.
The other requirement is to restrict unspent development-related activity or revenue beginning in fiscal year 23, although, of course, they said we'd love it if you do it earlier. So Highland will be compliant with this requirement as fiscal year 23 is closed out. I've had on good authority that transfer has actually already occurred. For the fiscal 23, that's $279,000. But noting again that earlier implementation was encouraged previously, and this is what it was in the fiscal 22 audit, audited statements, we showed the net revenue from fiscal 22, 1 year early, of $543,000 is restricted. So a little back and forth with our auditor. We said that that's early, in discussion with the mayor as well. Felt that wasn't necessary to silo that money off right away. Be a little more balanced with that. We do have an option to assign the funds and not consider them restricted, so we can assign them and say that we anticipate building activity at some point to decline, and we don't want to be caught having to come up with $500,000 or $200,000 all at one shot. But the designation of assigning the funds in an accounting term gives the council flexibility. If something else were to come up that was urgent and the council wanted to, you'd have the flexibility to spend that in other areas. It does become subject to the 35% limitation. So the general fund has to stay within 35% of annual revenues, and that numbers would change from year to year slightly. But this, as opposed to being restricted, which would not be included in the 35%, this would put it then into that pool. But again, as I said, this allows us to set money aside for future shortfalls if and when building activity declines at some point in the future. Just for your information, the fiscal 24 budget projects a shortfall in use of $308,000 in fund balance there. So.
Now, Tyler, I think this is really important. I know as a council we've talked about this. So we come out of this last year of an excess in our building permits of $543,000. What we did this next year's budget, if you remember, we went and said, okay, hold it. We have a lot of activity that happens in the city that was building related that we did not account cost towards. So we've even allocated city council, we've said, hey, part of your percentage of your base, of your salary, or your funds you're going to get, is coming, you do land use or you do building related. So we've taken part of that. We went and adjusted that through all of it. So it scrubs some of that money, if you want to say, but the problem is it's adjusted then those budgets to be higher. And so as we get going, if we have less revenue, it's harder to track really what that expense is because we've been mirroring it. And so as we have Ridgeview, which we have the 689 or 679 coming on, that's giving us a boost. Once it slows down, right now we're showing we have a deficit of 308, correct?
That's what's projected conservatively. And again, with our impact fee revenue and building permits, we took a snapshot when we began the budget process in December, and considering the what was going on in the economy and projections at that time, we applied 50%, a factor of 50% to all those. So very conservative estimates you'd see in these statements. Just in 2 months, those trends are higher than what we had anticipated, but wanting to be mindful of.
Do we have an idea how many building permits have been issued in this fiscal year? I mean, actually since January, so you're crossing 2 fiscal years.
Good question. I have to ask Christian to pull that.
Because I live by Ridgeview, and there's buildings going up all over there.
Yeah.
So they must be having some.
I think in 2022-23 we had about 240. I think we were guesstimating them because we were also taking some of the park. We get a park impact fee when they come and pay, and we were planning to take some of that park impact fee to help towards Mountain Ridge. And so this is all that fine balance to make sure that we are handling all the financial, and I know, Matt Ridgeview, it's given us kind of a shot in the arm to get some parks done. It's given some funding here.
Right.
We just got to look down the road. Those who are going to be elected and be in 4 years, we probably can handle it for 2, but year 3 and 4 could be bad.
Well, but at the same time, we've got to keep enough out of the impact fees to pay the bonds off.
Yes.
And so that's always important, because after Mountain Ridge is built, we could use some of this to build new things in some of the other parks.
It has to be new.
Because you're generating a lot of impact fees out of Ridgeview, they're going to heavily use Highland Glen Park. I would like to see some new amenities from those impact fees there.
Great. Anything else with Tyler?
Okay. Thank you very much.
So we won't know anything about property tax till the first part of the year, next year, right?
What do you mean by property tax?
Well, the property tax, the official
we know what our
notifications, I mean, they have to be paid in.
Well, no, we know what our rate is coming in this year. We at 10 points.
Right, but we don't know the growth.
No.
Yeah, growth actually we won't know
until June.
Until June of next year.
Okay, so it'll be 6 months into the year.
So the information compiled by the state and the county has generally been pretty accurate. Projections are fairly accurate. So we do know what our anticipated revenue is this year. But in terms of growth, yes, January is the determining time point when property is taxed based on what its status is in January, but we won't know until beginning of June what that growth would be.
And then, Council, we need to be aware the legislators are already starting to talk about fees. What if a road fee is legal and how it is, and how you can assess it, as well as public safety fees. Where we assess fees for those two, a lot of other cities put that as part of property tax. And so depending on what's going on legislative, I've actually reached out already to David Stewart and said, hey, we need to be up. I know Kim has been following it. We really need to be involved on what's going on there, on how they're going to say. Now, the courts came and said the road fee is legal, but there's a certain way they said it was legal. And so the legislators are going to come in, I believe, and give the definition how you can do a road fee, and we might have to make some decisions.
So there'll be guidelines there along with it of essentially how do you determine though who gets, what percentage pays for what part of road fee. So they're going to do some guidelines on that.
What about public safety? What are you hearing on public safety?
Public safety isn't up there for essentially because not many cities do public safety. It is illegal in Class 2 cities.
Let's keep it low profile.
Chief, have you heard from other cities? Do you know what cities are doing public safety fees?
I haven't heard of any other city that are doing the public safety fee, but we're unique in the way that we're situated. I know only one other entity that does it the way that we do it.
What do you mean?
We contract for services, or the city's contractor or created a special service district to be able to assess those fees or to pay for public safety. And so the need to assess the fees is a little bit different than other cities are. They're providing public safety for their folks.
So what she's saying, if you go in, like if you look at American Forks budget, their gas for their public safety is just amongst a fleet. Well, because we're a district, we have it broken down to dollars breaking out to each of the cities, so we can tell you what it's not part of the whole budget. Does that make sense? They have their own budget. It's a lot more defined, and so we'll just have to see. That might help us as we look at the legislators going, well, if we can define what that fee is, and that we can tell you exactly what our fuel, our new equipment, our things, maybe, that's something we need to work with David Stewart as well as all of us. The legislators are drafting the bills now that they're getting ready to vote on starting in January and February. So if you're wondering, we need to keep our ears to the ground on that one.
I guess I just wouldn't bring up public safety fee whatsoever. Not many cities do it. And essentially, if nobody is complaining about it, then just leave it.
Okay.
But the Lone Peak Safety is a special service district, right?
Yes.
And
it's an interlocal agreement.
Is it totally interlocal?
It's a separate government entity, but it's an interlocal entity. It's not a district.
So if it's a special service district, they can levy fees and taxes, but an interlocal agreement cannot levy a tax.
Right. The powers of an interlocal entity are much more limited than that of a district. So TSD, as it's now known, has certain powers and duties that it can do that Lone Peak can't because it's governed by 2 cities. So.
And to be clear, our public safety fee doesn't cover the entire cost of public safety.
Okay. Anything else on the financial aspects? It is now time to go to flock cameras. Chief Williams will have you kind of, is it long-term obligations? I am sorry.
PI.
Okay.
Thank you. Murdoch Canal Enclosures is what this refers to, and this, you'll recall, this came up here a number of months ago as reviewing financial statements. So a number of years ago, the city was given the option, as a number of other cities were, to either pay upfront the entire amount of enclosing the Murdoch Canal or to pay over time. The city opted to pay over time. So there's a long-term obligation that shows up on our financial statements to 2 different entities, one to Highland Conservation and the Highland Conservation District, and then the Provo Reservoir users. So you look on the chart up here, the table, the total amount, we've confirmed with both of those entities, of payments through fiscal 2025 is about $1.5 million. Some of that is interest, but what you'd see on the financial statements is $1.3 million on the bottom right.
Is this an annual payment here that you're talking about?
It is.
So in 27, we've got the bond will be paid, but this will go until 35. Is that right?
Correct. And these are not the payment amounts, the annual payment amounts. This is the total balances remaining.
Okay, you just stopped a heart attack.
Well, and who is Highland Conservation?
Well, this is our portion, so this is what we owe. What he's showing is what portion of our Highland Conservation assessments are attributed to the debt. So when we get an assessment from Highland Conservation and from Provo Reservoir, we get, what our per share charge. A portion of that is just the operations of the company. And then a portion of that is the debt, right, portion. And so we pay, for the number of shares that we have to Highland Conservation, we pay, their annual assessments. And so we pay our money to Highland Conservation and to, when he has Provo Reservoir listed, that's the actual canal enclosure was done by Provo River Water Users Association, and then there is a Provo Reservoir Irrigation Company. So we're paying for our shares in those 2 companies. And then those companies are paying, Provo River Water Users Association for the collective debt.
So I was on the council when we agreed to this agreement. So let me just kind of explain for John and Ron. So the issue is, and I appreciate what Andy's telling us, but the issue is when they piped the Murdoch Canal, there was a feeling, or a strong studies showing that when you pipe it, you preserve the water that would have been evaporated from an open canal, and also you reduce the amount of water that was going through a dirt bottom into the groundwater, and then you also limited theft, because a lot of people put a big hose in there and take water out of the canal. So that saved water we're paying for. So I think the question, though, that the mayor asked Andy is, and I've never quite been sure, who is Highland Conservation?
Is that your question, Mayor? Who is Highland Conservation?
Yeah, who is?
Oh, I thought you said who pays them. Sorry.
Who is it?
Now, who is it? What is this entity?
No, we are not Highland Conservation.
Who is?
So Highland Conservation is an independent public entity. And so Steve Cameron is the president, lives kind of just east of Hearts there. And Joy Ruff is the secretary. And they are an independent irrigation company, essentially. They're when I say independent of the city. Now, the largest shareholder in Highland Conservation is us. The largest single shareholder. But I can't remember how many shares are in the company, I apologize, but we are the largest single.
It's the irrigation, the original private irrigation that provided irrigation to all the fields, and the city has been getting more and more shares of Highland Conservation, right?
Yeah.
As people sell their lands?
Highland Conservation was created through a lot of the congressional allocations from the Central Utah Act. And so in the south end of the county, you had like the Strawberry Water Users Association, and in the north end of the county, you have Highland Conservation is one of those that specifically got the water out of some of those federal water projects that were allocated and tied to the land that the water was, legislated for, essentially. So, but yeah, Highland Conservation actually acts just like your irrigation companies. Just their source of water is out of the federal reservoirs, those reservoirs that Central Utah manages.
So I appreciate, if Council, if you remember, here's the question we have. We have a developer come in and he has to provide water shares to the city. Those water shares are coming in encumbered with their shares could be encumbered with that same liability, correct?
Right, and they are. If you look at it, almost every water share that we take from either one of these entities are coming in with the balance due. Now we're halfway through that payoff, because that payoff occurs in 2034, 35, depending on which side of the fiscal year, calendar year you land on. Those that chose to pay off their share at the time were those that, more or less intended to hang on to them. And so all the shares that developers are acquiring, they're acquiring the ones that have the obligation remaining or associated with that share. So we don't get any, or we get very, very, very few of the ones that paid it off.
So the question is what we're doing is we're putting more liability on the city.
Correct.
And so the question is whether we should have the developers pay off their obligation to the Provo River water users and different things, and not pass that obligation to us.
That is the question, at least as far as Highland Conservation, and we believe this is the case with Provo Reservoir. That was a decision that was made at that time, so Highland Conservation won't transfer us a share now, and they call it a B share. A B share is one that still owes the money. They won't take the money from the developer and then call it an A share. They're like, it's a B share. We're giving you a B share. So we can take the money from the developer and we can say, okay, Mr. Developer, we'll accept your B share, but you're going to give us what it's going to take us to pay it off. Now, what we tell a developer right now is this policy has been in place for a few years, and it was what the original cost was, right? And so we tell, okay, Mr. Developer, you got to pay, if you want us to give you the full credit for this water, which is 1 acre-foot per share for Highland Conservation, or it's more for a Provo Reservoir share, then you've got to pay a certain amount of money, and then we'll give you a credit for it. Or, right now we give them an option, or if you give us a share, then we're only going to give you 90% the credit for that, because we have to pay for that extra.
We have to pay that
water.
10%.
Right now, it's an either-or policy. So, but even if we go to the developer and we say, okay, you know, we're only taking your shares if it comes with cash, so we can pay it off. We still have to be the bank, and you know, it would go into the PI fund, and ultimately the city would be the better for the cash. But we can't turn around and write a check to the Highland Conservation and say, okay, now this share's debt is, you know, clear. And we just have to hang on to it and pay it over time. So it's still going to show as a liability on our balances. But with the big question that we have for the council and bringing this to you, not that we wouldn't want to report it anyway, but the question that we need answered is, do we stay status quo and you know, tell developers, okay, either you get 90% of the credit for your water, or if you want 100% of the credit, then you know, you got to give us the cash. Or is it just strictly a policy of, okay, if you give us one of the shares, it comes with cash only? That's the only option. Right now we're doing an either or.
So my question is, on the 90%, does that 10% cover what the liability is we're going to have till 2035? Does that mean? Well,
yeah, I mean, right now you could look at it that we actually end up being to the good, because the shareholders have paid with our, you know, the shareholders that have held it for the last 12 years have paid, you know, essentially half the cost of the debt, you know, and so if you look at it that way, we're getting our 10% at a discounted rate. You know, that's where I'd say we'd be to the good, you know, so we're buying our 10% of water at half cost, if you look at it that way.
So, Council, what we'd like, now this would have to come, I guess, if we want to change it, it needs to come back as a motion later on. Is there something you'd like to have come back as a motion, or just keep it status quo?
My feeling is this: the developers should either pay that liability up front when they bought the shares. So I just don't think the city should accrue more liability to these two organizations. I just think the developer should pay for that, just like we're paying for the Saved Water shares as a citizen.
And that, I just want to clarify, I have no problem with the direction that you've stated. Clearly the council has the opportunity to weigh in. The only thing I want to clarify is, even if we go to a policy that says, okay, we will only accept these shares if they're accompanied with cash to pay off the debt, it's still going to show as a liability on our books until 2035.
But we should have another offsetting that shows that we have cash.
Yeah, we'd have some extra
liability.
cash to pay for it.
It's
but
going to balance out.
It's got to be a revenue
because
as
we
well
can't
as
pay it off
expense.
early. You know, the opportunity to pay it off early was, you know, 12 years ago.
So Council, what would you like to, Scott's kind of proposed maybe something we want we only take unencumbered shares when they're paid off, in a sense, right?
Well, in a sense.
They give us enough money.
They give us enough money to pay it off.
retires,
Yeah.
they're going to say, I'll give you this, and it's enough money to retire
To retire
what
the
that
debt.
is
Yeah.
in 2020.
I like that.
One last clarification, just want to make sure council understands, is if we go that direction and require them to pay it off, they don't have to give us the extra shares that they're giving us now. So right now, we're not getting the money to pay that off, but we are getting extra water, which certainly means that it's helpful with drafters.
Oh, well, that's a key component there. Because we could sell those shares.
Aaron.
Yeah.
That gets my attention real quick. I don't want to.
The developers,
short.
I don't know, Andy, I'm here for developers, they are having a hard time finding water shares right now.
Correct. Water
I mean,
shares.
really hard.
Water shares are a little bit tough to come by right now for the development community.
I had to pay a premium price last time
So what is better, if they pay us cash, or is it better for them just to give us the extra water shares and that we could then sell those?
Well, we can't sell them. Once we acquire them as a city in the name of the city, we can't divest ourselves of it. So
Why is that?
State law.
Why couldn't Lehigh buy some from us?
State constitution, actually.
Is that right?
State constitution says once a city acquires water, you can never get rid of it. You can exchange it for different types of water, but you can never relieve yourself of the water.
Now, with that,
Curious.
Council, when we went through the drought, you noticed that we were one of the cities that did not put a lot of restrictions in because we had a lot of good stored water. Our shares were good. We had good shares coming out of the river, and we had good stored water shares. And so but it does not, it probably helped us to always have this extra 10%. Water is always something you want. However, we appear to be in a good position water share-wise.
Even if you,
So you really don't want more water shares?
oh, I was going to say, if you give me the choice, I'll take the more water.
Okay.
Because
it helps, right?
you know, we've been very fortunate, but there are years where we need every bit of water we can get, so I'll take the extra water. That would be my choice. You know, that's certainly.
So that's a question. Do you want to have them pay, or would you want more extra shares?
I'm 180 degrees, what I said earlier. I want the water. I think it's crazy to think that we're not going to have another drought. We're in a drought riddled area, and we've been very fortunate this last year, but we cannot count on that. I think we can count on 5, 6, 7 years of drought in a row, which it really put us in a bad way. So I think the water, without a doubt.
So, but you can have lots of water shares, but if there's no water, they don't do all that.
Yeah.
But, so I guess, Andy, I'm totally confused now because...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you so confused.
So, are you saying that it would be better for them to give their water shares, knowing that they also have in those water shares some of the saved water shares?
Let me try and restate. I'm sorry, it is a confusing issue.
Right.
I'm not sure we're capable of figuring this out at 10:30.
That is one problem. You're at 10:10.
I think it's like kind of a big deal.
So why don't you bring this one back? I mean, I think our mental capacity started at 6. We're now at 10:15. It has diminished.
Like, and I think it's important.
Let me just leave you with the summary, trying to answer Scott's question, and we'll bring it back, and we'll pick this up another day. So essentially, right now, if they don't give us the cash, we only give them 90% of the credit. So if they give us 1 share, we give them 9/10 of an acre-foot credit, and then we essentially pay off the 10%. Ultimately, you end up with more water because of it.
Okay, but it costs us.
But it costs us.
But we're buying
It costs us. We're essentially buying water that accompanies the share. Yeah. But we will come back and we will visit this again at another council meeting.
Maybe do the pros and cons.
Okay. Do we need a motion to extend this?
No, this is
Okay.
a discussion item.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Anything else on this that we need to hear? Okay, now we'll go to your flock cameras.
And I thought this was to look at the ducks.
Well, if you go to their website, I think you can find a duck on there or two. I'll just to give you a quick background. Roughly about a year ago, I was approached by a member of the council in Alpine about trying to find ways to increase our ability to solve crimes, especially crimes that are occurring, burglaries and thefts. In Alpine, and one of the things that he brought to me was maybe getting cameras put in place. It was just it happened to be just around the same time that I had met with a vendor at one of our conferences that was starting to get into the Utah market to bring cameras into communities to allow law enforcement the ability to monitor some of the activity that's happening on public roadways. In March of last year, Alpine entered into a contract with Flock, is the vendor, to purchase 6 cameras to put in their community. After that happened, I was approached by a homeowners association in Alpine, and they had purchased an additional 2 cameras to put it near their homes to monitor any traffic that moves in and out. So what Flock cameras are, let me tell you what they are and what they are not. They're cameras that are mounted in a public space. They're mounted on a roadway on a utility pole for the most part that takes still photos of the rear of vehicles as they pass by. We're only getting images of the back of the vehicles and not front of the vehicles. And there's a good reason for that. What it does is it provides an unbiased image of a vehicle. You're not getting the driver of the vehicle, but you're getting a description of the vehicle, as well as most vehicles have a license plate that are attached to them. And as you know, law enforcement has databases that they can access through with those license plates to be able to gather more information about who the registered owner is, and then if we have things that we're working on, we may be able to find out who's driving if it's not the registered owner. Like I said, it provides an unbiased image that can be used by law enforcement, and it was mentioned earlier today that we've been looking for ways or technology to give us a force multiplier. This allows us to be in places that we can't typically be, and this is the use of new technology that's coming to Utah. So what these cameras are not, and I've got a list here, they're not a traffic enforcement camera, they're not a surveillance camera, they're not immigration enforcement, they're not a harassment and imitation camera, and they're not to be used for personal use. State law and Lone Peak Police Department policy governs the strict use of these cameras. So the only reason and the only way that an officer can access the database of these cameras is if they have a legitimate law enforcement purpose to be able to do so. So in that case, with Lone Peak Police Department, you have to be working an active case and have a case number to be able to access these cameras in the database. That's the database. That information has to go into the report when you access these cameras.
Can you give us an example of a case that would need to look at the camera?
Absolutely.
It's not speeding or running a red light.
I can give you three right here today. So these cameras were installed mid-June. It took them that long to get those things up on the poles and to work with the company to do that. But in that time, we've had 4 success stories where we've made arrests in both Alpine cases and Highland cases. The latest one being that happened on the 14th of September. So here in Highland, we had an individual that was going around to construction sites, one of them being right here on this 10700 North project, that was stealing construction materials, specifically lumber, and specifically, if you're into the construction trade, you know that when you build homes like this, you order a kit, and if one of the pieces of those kit end up missing, it takes a special order to replace those, and it can become quite expensive. What was happening is an individual was stealing specific portions of those kits, and we were able to get an image from the homeowner, or one of the owners over here, of the top of the vehicle that was taking the material. And so what we had done is we took that image, didn't have a license plate, but we knew it was a white Ford pickup, and we guessed the year. We plugged that into the software that's associated with flock cameras, and that popped a couple of images of the vehicle that we were looking for. It ended up being a dead ringer. We ended up finding the individual that had committed some of the same violations in Alpine, and we found him pouring concrete in Alpine the very next day. So that just happened on September. There have been a couple other instances where we recovered a stolen bicycle out of Highland from an Amazon driver that was driving up. He was delivering and taking items as he was going. And then there was another individual that, a career criminal, if you will, that had stolen a purse off of the driver's seat of an individual's car. She came out and caught him in the act, ended up leaving. We were able to capture a really grainy image off of the neighbor's Ring doorbell camera, and was able to plug that information into the software and pull that out.
Where do I sign?
We worked with APNP on that one, and this individual had a long record of violations, but those things have just happened within the last 6 weeks in both Highland and Alpine. And so as we continue to use this technology, I just see that it's going to allow us to multiply our force in a certain aspect, but continue to let criminals know that they're not welcome in our community. So how this came about is I gave a report on this in the Lone Peak Public Safety District board meeting, and as you know, you have members that sit on that board, and we started asking questions there about what are the possibilities and what does it cost. And so we had some brief conversations. So right now, the cost of the cameras is $3,000 per camera. And then the installation is $350 if you put it on your pole. If you use one of Flock's poles, or you have to install a new pole, Flock will come out and do that. I'm going to give you the right information.
But the cameras that you've caught, those that have done crimes in Highland, have you caught them off the cameras that Alpine City installed, correct?
Yeah, all of these will come off of Alpine City's cameras. So Highland is benefiting from Alpine's choice to put these in. The install is $150 on an existing pole, $650 if you use a Flock pole, and then $1,900 if you use the Department of Transportation pole. Now, currently, as we having this conversation, it's difficult to get permitting on DOT property and poles. There's legislation that's being proposed right now to make that process much easier, but you can tell it's much more expensive. You do have a few highways, if we're going to get serious about this, that I would recommend putting them on some DOT highways, and so there may be some cost involved with that, but that's a one-time cost.
Is there a maintenance cost over time? And
No.
What's the longevity of a camera? Is it going to last
So
3 years
I believe
or 5?
right now, the contracts that we've entered into with Alpine have been 3 years. And I think that's what they're recommending, is they be at a minimum of 3 years. So that $3,000 covers the 3 years. They come out and do maintenance on these cameras about every 6 weeks. So I will get emails each time they come out and do maintenance on these. We've had to have, one of the cameras that they installed was just south enough that it was put into Highland. We had to have them come out and put that on a pole, which is a little further north into Alpine, which was done just last Tuesday, a week ago today. But they come out and do regular maintenance on those, and that's all included in that initial cost of $3,000.
So, Chief William, you were talking about an example of someone coming in and stealing things from construction sites. Do the developers ever, like the board, there's several developers up there, do they ever put up their own private cameras and watch? I think it'd be very cost effective for them.
So they do, and that's actually how we got the initial still footage of the truck that we were looking for was one of the cameras that they had put up in their construction areas. If you drive past some of those areas, you'll see cameras that are mounted on poles. Some of them have gone to, and there are other companies out there that do specific cameras that you can put in construction sites that actually have the blue lights that flash and blink. I know several of your retailers, if you look at Home Depot and Walmart, I believe they started putting those up in their parks.
So the company LiveView down in American Fork, that's what, it's a Highland resident. I think it's Tyler Smith up in Beacon Hills. He owns LiveView. That's one of the big things they've been focusing on.
And they've done very well for themselves, and they're a local company, so kudos to them. So, yeah.
Oh, very interesting.
I think it's a great idea. I like the Flock cameras. I like that we're using Alpine resources to fight our crimes. Just budget-wise, what budget is this coming out of?
So Alpine purchased their cameras out of Alpine City funds. I would recommend that Highland do the same thing. It's been done separately. There is software that we needed to purchase, and I decided, and that cost us $2,500 a year for that software to be able to access it. The police department is paying for that out of their budget. So which is Lone Peak, which Highland contributes to already. So there's already a portion that's coming out of there to be able to access those cameras. But it's also benefiting you as well, as you can tell. We're solving Highland crimes, and I knew we would, because they sit right on the border of Highland and Alpine. They're just over the border into Alpine.
And when Chief and I talked with you, how many cameras would you recommend if Highland did decide? What would be your recommendation? I think we could start with 4 to 6, and we can talk. I've got ideas of the best places to put them, but again, a couple of those are on State Road 92 or Timpanogos Highway, which would take DOT permitting, which is going to take us a while to push through. So, but other areas would be on North County Boulevard as well as Highland Boulevard, and then we need some cameras down in the south end of town too. So 9600 North and 6800 West. Probably 4 to 6 is what I would start with. So council, that we don't have this in the budget, is this something you want to look to see if we can fund to have come back as another?
I would recommend we look at it and come back with some facts and figures. Yeah.
Will it catch people with expired registrations by chance?
With expired registration? Yes.
Yeah, but
we're not using it for traffic enforcement. So Kim, you're free.
For a year.
I would like to see a specific recommendation, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, a recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's move on to our, guys, are we still okay to keep going on agenda items? Okay, graffiti, Jay.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'll be speaking to that if that's okay.
It says Jay.
So, council members, recently there's been some various graffiti incidents have happened, and a number of our incidents happened in our underpasses. So I want to go real quick, the underpasses that are in the city. These are all on trail areas, the ones that we've highlighted. And there's one of these that we actually are responsible for maintaining. That's the one up in the top right on the screen, the Caddy Lane underpass. There, right near where the river is, that is the city's to maintain as far as the graffiti. The other 4 are all on the Murdoch Canal system, and they are the county responsibility. And they're all indicated on the map there. Go to the next slide real quick. So there has been some citizen outreach on these graffiti incidents that has indicated that there's an expectation, at least by one citizen, that these should be taken care of within 48 hours. That's a very quick turnaround. Say this happens on a Saturday, that they should be taken care of, painted, etc. on a Monday. That's a pretty quick turnaround, and is many times beyond what we're able to do on the staff side. But we want to understand from the council what you feel is a reasonable response time to these issues. A lot of times there are various solutions to these. Sometimes we have to paint over them. Sometimes we can dissolve the paint with some various chemicals that we have. And we'll talk about a couple other long-term solutions in the on the next bullet point. But what we would like to understand from the council is, what is your expectation? Because obviously for us, we know we don't have a dedicated graffiti team, and so it's the same team that's responsible for mostly this, generally all of our graffiti, not all. The greatest part of our graffiti ends up being on parks elements. We've had bathrooms that are just graffitied up. All these trails fall under parks. So it's the same team that's mowing the grass and fertilizing, etc. that goes and takes most of this off right now. So the 48-hour expectation is difficult for us. We want to get on it as soon as we can, but it's difficult. And so what we want to understand from the council is, what is your expectation for our response time? And then we'd like to talk about, after we get a little feedback there, the TAG program, and then it's been talked about the potential of doing some murals. And so I want to have discussions on all of those items here with you real quick.
So Andy, what could we do? I mean, the tunnel under North County going into Caddy Lane gets tagged a lot. And I've seen people cleaning and painting and stuff. Why can't you do some prevention? Why can't you put up a false camera with a little sign that says, "Smile, you're on camera"?
We can't do a false camera.
Can't do false cameras?
Can't do a false camera. If we say you're on camera.
Can you put a live camera?
Real cameras, but not fake cameras?
We
That's the weirdest law ever.
This happened, I think it was, I want to say North Salt Lake. They had a false camera up that someone was assaulted in a park, and then the city got in trouble because they were saying, well, give us the surveillance footage. The city said that's
And there
not a
wasn't
real
any.
camera.
But we could put up a real camera.
You even could put up one of those, animal cameras where it just takes still shots, and when it comes through, cost-wise, that's a lot less expensive than trying to
Well, I have a security system in my grandparents' home in Pleasant Grove with cameras around the house, and it's constantly being recorded. I mean, that technology wasn't terribly expensive.
I like the high school mural idea, because I know I've done a little bit of research on this, a best way to essentially defeat vandalism, graffiti on these walls, and that was one of the main ones, is if you put a mural on there, then people aren't going to tag it. They're not going to do anything to it because it's now a work of art.
And maybe we should get to that and then come back to this. In that, what you've indicated, Kim, is that we've approached the county and we've said, obviously, on the one that we take care of, we've been, in charge of that discussion or decision. We approached the county and said, hey, would you be opposed to the idea of some murals being painted there? Because as Kim had indicated, those are a deterrent in that there is a respect for or appears to be an apparent respect for the time and effort and artistry that goes into these, and so there's a little more deference by the kids to that. And we, Josh and I actually today met with representatives of the TAG program, and the TAG program is Teens Against Graffiti, and that's administered through the courts, and so those kids that get assigned community service through the juvenile courts, et cetera, they have to go on to a work program, and part of that work program is removing graffiti. It's a service that all it costs the city is the cost of the materials. The labor is for free, but they take the kids out Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Now, their goal is to remove the graffiti within 48 hours, but if they take the kids out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays, and the graffiti happens on Thursdays, then you're really waiting till Monday or Tuesday till they can get there, right? And so even their crew is, even though that's their goal, past experience with them, they'd get most of it within a week, and sometimes it'd go 2 weeks. I've been associated with them in the past. They're kind of getting the program going again because COVID kind of, for lack of a better word, dissolved it, so to speak. But they're getting it going. They're willing to do it with the city again. They've met with the police department. So it's something we'd like to use that resource. But in asking them, we said, so does the murals deter things? And their answer was, well, if the murals are well done and they're in kind of a nicer area, then yeah, it appears to be a deterrent. If it's in a really rough area, then it doesn't appear to make a difference. And I don't know, the chief would probably have a lot and be a lot wiser than I am on this, but the research that we did is that the county's open to the idea of murals, and they would, they would look for us to give them a proposal. Hey, we want to have the high school paint this. But they were open to it. It was the idea to deter.
Andy, I actually did a bunch of research about that after the last meeting. I think the tag idea is great. It seems like if they can tackle things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then it would free staff up to be able to, if there was one of those occasions where, because sometimes it's super bad, right? Like there's sometimes that graffiti is more offensive than others. And I think when it's super offensive, we need to get on it sooner. I talked to the high school, or all the high school art teachers. They're not super interested in doing anything like this. But then I also talked to Donna and to the Arts Council, and they're interested in maybe at least having a conversation. And then I have a meeting with Youth Council where I was going to talk to them about their suggestions because they seem like a great place to go. So I've been working on it from the kind of the mural end.
So, it's getting late here, but there's a broader conversation that needs to be held, and that's not just graffiti, but vandalism. Because we're spending probably $9 million on this new park. And so I think it makes sense to have some security cameras up there.
We will have security cameras in the park.
And all the time. Because Harvey Park's had a lot of vandalism.
Yeah, so the new park, we're working very hard, and hopefully when it's open, we have these in place when these first elements are open this fall. But we will have security cameras in place in the new park. And then as we finish phase 2, we'll add additional cameras. But the new park definitely will be fully observed with cameras. If you want to step into my office after the meeting, I'll show you the shiny signs that Brooklyn designed for us that says cameras in use to protect our park. And there'll be signs posted through the park alerting people that cameras are in use there. So the new park will have cameras, but
we need to talk about other parks, though, like Highland Glen, where it's secluded. We just put in a $150,000 playground, and we got brand new bathrooms down there, and there's just such a temptation to vandalize them.
Yeah, and you know, what we have to have these cameras in place is we do have to have a power source, right, at least.
Right.
And
well, we just, in our neighborhood, we actually installed ones that are solar powered.
Yeah, I think you can.
And we had a dumpster issue because we have dumpsters in our community and people were constantly just using it to dump trash.
Good.
Yeah. But now it records their license plate, it has it, and it was like the dumpster volume went in half once it was installed, and it's all done solar powered. But I was curious, are we allowed to do that? Can we put solar powered cameras?
I think you can put solar power cameras in, but the flock cameras are not used for those kind of things.
No, but I do think, so there's some solar, I mean, the technology has come a long ways where you can get cell-based, $20 a month with the solar. I mean, even what you're talking down in the tunnel, it's better to get, go spend $100 now to see if you can deter it, and then we can, if it's not. And I think there's a lot of areas that we probably, we probably have it at the park. I know there's a lot of wiring at that park. And so we probably have everything wired, but down at Highland Glen, we might not be wired. But there's a cell tower right there at the high school that might give us a good signal.
Right, because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
And that was my only point is that the mayor hit the point for me is that at the new park, it's all new. We've designed it for it. We've got conduits for it. We've got power for them. We're going to come straight out of the gate with them. And in all these other locations, we're going to have to find the solution that works for them. But the murals appear to be a good idea if the council's supportive of that, and the tag program appears to be a good idea. But ultimately, Councilmember Bills, you're right. There are some things that are just extremely offensive, and we need to get them out of there. And then there are some things that are annoying, for lack of a better word, and probably a little more time. And what we're looking for from the staff side is a clarification as to, okay, what's the expectation of the council, that how quickly do we need to respond to these? Because we've had some citizens that feel like if we haven't met that 48-hour, then we're not doing our job. And that is
to me, I think it comes down to how offensive. There's been some that are pretty offensive that I think we need to get on with the 24 hours. Now, there's some you're going, okay, if they put a little flower, you probably can go 48 hours to 72. But when it has some very suggestive, renditions of things, you're going, okay, that is offensive. And we don't want, it is very offensive for people in the community.
Especially because they're in areas that kids are going to see.
Yeah. And I don't disagree. It's just all about resources, right? And what resources do we divert to take care of it? And
one idea I wanted to just run by you, Brittany, was at my high school, what they did is every year it was a new mural, and each of the classes were in charge of that mural. So there would be like a theme for the year, and the sophomores would do something, juniors, seniors, but it could be something fun to get beyond even just the art classes that gets the classes involved potentially.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea. So I talked to a bunch of people over there, and it seemed like everybody was like, we don't want to do one more thing.
Yeah.
But that's why I want to talk to the youth council about it, because I think that they're a good place for change. And I also think if you were to break the tunnel up in sections and not say you have to mural the whole tunnel, it'd be like, this is your section.
Yeah.
Like they sometimes do like a high school and say, decorate your parking spot or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I think there's stuff like that we could
make some fun
that we could do. Chief, does a curfew do any good down there at the park at Highland Glen? We did that a couple years ago.
So when we started locking the gate, that helped. It helped immensely, but does that not keep the kids out there 100%? The thing is, as you guys know, it's secluded. There's not a lot of traffic down there, so the kids can go down there and just hang out. And until an officer can get down there and shoo them out, they'll hang out there as long as you can, as long as they can.
Cameras down there in Highland Glen.
Yeah, for sure. We do have cameras on the 2 bathrooms right now, but that's the only areas that we cover. We haven't covered as much as we can see. So we got 3 cameras in place. 2 on the north bathroom and 1 on the central bathroom, I guess is what you call it. But that's, we're limited in what we can see with those, but we do have those 3 in place down there. But with a little bit of this feedback, we've heard and listened. This is another item where I think we'll have some follow-up discussion.
We just keep making other meetings longer.
We'll talk again.
Okay, we'll bring that back.
Thank you.
Okay, Aaron, are you still on about the residential survey?
I am, Mayor, again. I apologize if this is, we do need to talk about this tonight just from a timeline standpoint. John, if you can hear me, it would be very helpful if you could go to the view of the slide so I can see the council scene, if that's possible for you. Whoever's running the slides, could you jump forward to...
Can you see the screen? Yeah. I think John can see the screen. He's sitting up here at the thing and sees the screen.
Yeah, it's got a...
Sorry, I meant John Hart.
Wow.
Yeah, the new guy on the council does it.
Sorry, the guy who's controlling the video, I'm watching on YouTube because I can't see you guys otherwise. So, guys, I apologize for being unfair. We've got Bob and Ron and John and John. For a while. So, Mayor Council, let's talk about the survey. So, from a timeline standpoint, normally we do this survey at the beginning of the year around March for the past few years. Around that time frame, we talked about bumping it to the fall because the intention was we want to use it as part of the budget consideration, right? If the residents tell us, hey, you need to spend more money on parks, right? You need to focus on parks. Well, by the time we get that feedback, because it takes us a couple of months to process the survey, by the time we got that feedback in June, it was really too late to change the budget. And so we felt like we wanted to bump forward the fall so that, because we started budget in January, welcome on board, Ron, so we're about to start budget. And anyway, so that was the intention. Because we do need a couple months for coding, it's a lot more, it's not a 2-minute survey like our normal law. It takes some time, especially for the physical surveys to do all that coding. So ideally, my thought process is we would do it in October. And honestly, the alcohol law stuff has just derailed us. And staff we're obviously not ready to launch something in October, / the fact that it is October 3rd right now. So we could hurry, get one together and be ready for November. We would have preliminary results starting the budget process in January, but it wouldn't be final. And of course, November's never ideal to do anything, right? You've got all the other complications in there. Thanksgiving elections. One other thing to be mindful of, for those of you who were around when we talked about 27 courts at the Mount Ridge, 27 courts, excuse me. And that was around the same time that Hamilton was going on with the trail sale. The next survey that happened right after that, we went down on every category. Like the community was just frustrated because of the contentious issues. And I worry that that is what will happen as well right now. Not necessarily because we're doing things wrong. I mean, of course, we always introduce for because of the election, or not the election, excuse me, the alcohol conversation. I do worry that that's going to happen. So, in some ways, it would be good to bump this out. However, we haven't done one in a year and a half now, and we won't have the data. If we don't do it in November, we're not going to have the data for budget season. Now get it that way. So, this is where I need direction from you, council. What do you want to do? Do you want to put something together for November to wait? And if so, when do we wait to?
I'm going to express my opinion. I think doing a survey during the holidays is not a good idea because people are focused on other things. I think you'll get a bad return. I think doing another survey immediately after the alcohol issue, I'm not sure that's a good idea either. I probably, if we do another survey, I'd probably do it, and maybe not this year, but, and the surveys are helpful, but I'm not sure how much they impact the decisions that are made on the budget and on the council decisions, to be honest. I mean, I think they're helpful, but I think my feeling is on most years, it'd be good to have a survey go out after the 1st of January, and you can collate some results as you go through the budgeting process and make some decisions, but I'm not sure you need all the answers by January 1st. I just think doing a survey in the holidays is just not a good thing. That's my opinion.
I agree with Councilmember Smith, especially this year.
Me too.
I think we need to give it a minute.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
Okay, so the question is, do we...
For the majority of the council, what I'd like to do is bring this back for discussion about getting ready to see how we're going there.
Well, and that will also be a good time because we'll also be talking about the general plan. It could be a little different survey if we're trying to do something with the general plan.
Right. And I want to tell Aaron, we appreciate all your work on surveys, and I'm not discounting the value of a survey, but I'm just thinking timing-wise, and then we've just gone through all this controversial area. Like you say, every time we have something real controversial, the surveys, they like everything but the council.
So we'll just bring this back in February. We'll discuss it.
I feel badly because I do want to find out from the community how we're doing, but I don't disagree with our new council. This is not a good thing to do.
Okay, so on the survey, it sounds like we'll come back in February. We'll now move on to item number G, which is library carpet. Jay, is that you?
It is. So for the library carpet, we just wanted to give you an update. As you may remember, especially you, Scott, there is a line item in the budget for carpet replacement for the library. And so right now they're working, Donna is working with Andy and Roy on getting bids. We need to get at least 3 of those. We've gotten 2 of them. The 2 we've gotten so far are in line with our expectations of how much it will cost. So they're in the ballpark. That's good. We're hoping to have some action going on that 3rd week of December. There's no meetings. You know, things are starting to wind down for the holidays, and so that would mean that, you know, if we needed to, we could move things into the council chambers while carpet's being replaced. So just wanted to give you a quick update on that.
How about giving us a quick update on what we're going to do about carpeting and painting the community center? Because I think it looks 10 times worse than the library, to be honest, and I'm a library supporter, but I strongly think we need to move ahead and get some carpet and paint done in there. I mean, we've talked about it now for what, 2 years?
Yeah, we put funding toward it 2 years ago. Scott and myself put some of our council funding.
I just think we really need to.
You're absolutely right, Councilmember Roy is getting, working on getting bids for both paint and carpet. We have some old ones, but they just expired, so we're questioning on the bid with those vendors before we move forward.
Yeah, I just think we really need to push on that. Can I just bring one other thing up, because the meeting's late and we need to adjourn. I guess we've been here 5 hours. But, you know, with the alcohol issues and stuff, which is a controversial issue, one thing that we pushed on the back burner is fundraising for the new park. And we're ending the end of the year. This is the time that people make charitable contributions, especially in December, because they can get a tax deduction. And I think we just really need to get those letters out, and we need to get that flyer that's been pretty much ready to go out. We need to get it out at least by the 1st of November.
Yeah, Aaron and myself have been talking about that. We recognize there needs to be something to kind of hit before the end of the year, because there are some donations that would like to.
And it's a real positive thing for a lot of people. You know, some of the other things we're talking about.
And I think, Aaron, we were just finishing up the last, we have a list of those we thought would be what we call potential donors. We have a list, and I think Aaron just had some names that we need to, if we can't find some addresses, just to kind of maybe go back to those who gave names and say, help us find them. So,
okay.
Is that right, Aaron?
Yes, sir. The letter is ready. We were just kind of finalizing some address stuff because, yes, alcohol delayed us on the
And I think we need to wait till
needs to be out.
November-ish before I'll let you know that.
Yeah, I would like to see the list so that I could maybe add to it as well.
Okay. Sounds good. We have a building use policy, and Jay, I know you have it. Is this something that's a fast conversation, or is this going to be, okay, if it's going to be fast, we can go ahead and have it.
All right, so yeah, we just need to update the building use policy. It is outdated as far as some of our financial policies go, and so it's just mainly an effort to make those square. Also, because there is Wi-Fi now in the community center, we also need to put that policy in place, have that written down. So that'll be coming to you as a proposed item, but we just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Yeah, and we need to look about how big a deposit people have to use a building. I mean, I was looking at that, it seems like that's a lot of money for a deposit.
I think they're just putting it on their credit card, aren't they? I mean, it's a credit card.
It can be put on a credit card.
Yeah, but we're talking about hundreds of dollars.
Before we were holding, one of the things we have to update is before if they would give us a check, we would hold on to the check. But our financial policies actually state that if we receive a check, we have to cash it. And so we can't hold on to that anymore. And so we're just going to make sure that our policy, what's written down squares, what's written down in the facility use policy squares with our financial policies as they're written. That's all I have on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's just go through our future meetings. Tomorrow night, there's a meeting on the Alpine fence. Now, just since we have some new council members, we have to be careful if we ever have 3 council members going to be attending a meeting because you form a quorum. Tomorrow night, I have myself and Brittany Bills and Scott Smith that are going to be showing up with the residents to discuss the Alpine fence issue. If another council member is going to show up, we have to have it noticed as a meeting. I just bring it just so everyone knows the meeting is going to be tomorrow night.
So you can have 3, but a 4th required.
I have 2.
You have
2.
The mayor can be there non-voting, but
3 is a quorum.
3 is a quorum.
Of the council, not.
And just in case you hear about that meeting, because I know, Ron, you live there, and you know, John, you live in that area, just in case you hear, if you also show up, we have a quorum and we've got an issue, just FYI.
Okay, I wanted to be there, but I won't be.
Yeah, I'm just letting you be here, also that you heard.
I don't have to be.
If you show up, we've got an issue. So
I'll just call Brittany.
Not trying to say that we've had Brittany and Scott were kind of assigned as the committee, and we're just meeting with them to kind of try to get some finalization. I just want to let you be aware as new council members that we need to be sensitive about also just joining together there. Okay, with that.
Do we suspect that there might be other, over here, sorry.
I can't.
No, there will not be.
The voice from above, right? Do you anticipate there, is anyone else planning on going to that meeting tomorrow night? If so, I will notice. If not,
I think it's just.
We're okay?
Brittany and Scott and myself at this
And you need 24 hours anyway, don't you?
I do. I need 24
And
hours.
see, it's already past that.
We're already past.
I just want to make sure
we
if
can.
you hear about it, just in case show up would be an issue.
Thank
you. Coming in next Wednesday, we have Lone Peak Public Safety. Our next city council meeting will be on the 17th, 2 weeks from tonight. We have Planning Commission, now a couple things that we need to put on your calendar. We have the candidate debate, which will be October 26th. Okay? Halloween Street, which is where it's kind of the trick-or-treat street, is October 30th.
You could do the 2 together.
So just kind of, yeah, you could do that.
On the candidate debate, does the quorum problem still exist?
No, it's.
Yeah, but we'll notice it.
Yeah, it's advertised.
But we'll-
Oh, it is advertised,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll notice that.
All right.
We can be together as long as we notice that there's going to be a potential of at least 3 council members there. And so, but just FYI on that. Then all the rest of the other meetings, is there anything else on the future meetings we need to be aware of?
Yes. Kim and I have a very important question that we did not talk about beforehand. Brooklyn, when is the Christmas tree lighting ceremony? Because that is what we want to know.
You're going to have to ask Robin that question. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is planning for mid-November, but I don't have the paper with me. I'll get back to you Thursday.
As long as there will be Christmas lights and singing. But
And then we need to find out, I think it's is it the first Saturday and also that Monday of December we'll have different story times at the library and crafts and things that.
Yeah, Robin will be back, so she's taking a well-deserved vacation after the flu. She'll be back on Monday, and so I'm sure she'll be communicating all about those dates out to you pretty quick.
Okay.
Thanks.
Aaron, do John and I have scheduled staff training
John, I will be sending the email shortly to find out your schedule because we've got a whole bunch of information to teach them and lots of.
It's 6 hours.
Sweet.
Yeah, and then we do need to get down when we're going to be having city council Christmas party, just so people can kind of get on their schedules way out. There's usually a special.
I'll give you some potential days next week about that. And then, for those of you on Lone Peak, it is likely going to be canceled. We don't have anything on the agenda.
For next week?
Yeah, for next Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll give you a final notice here shortly.
I have the tree lighting ceremony here. I just found it. I totally forgot I had it at my desk. It is November 18th, 6 p.m. at Heritage Park. Hot chocolate and donuts provided.
At what time?
6 p.m.
Okay, Christmas.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Brittany, second by Ron, which is unusual. Scott's usually the one who always makes it. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We actually have 4-0. Scott was, okay, we'll go from there. Thank you.